Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Modus Super Series as we conclude Group C this afternoon in what's going to be another double session of fabulous tungsten action here. Group C is finely poised right now. 3 at the top, 3 at the bottom. It's looking like it's going to be a 3-horse race, but let's find out and let's show you what happened yesterday. Aggressive, and that is brilliant on debut, Matt. No nerves whatsoever. What a finish that is.
Well, the easiest thing to do is look around the room and go, if I beat everybody and I have a freebie and I play Neil Duff. That, great finish for Anthony Allen. The pattern of this game so far has been whoever wins the leg has done it at a canter. Continue that pattern, but one pattern that's broken there is Terry Nash taking time on the finishing.
He'll look at 156.
He's got 6 starts to hold it.
Perfect first start. It was double 18. That's the Neil Duff.
Neil Duff.
One of those for double 6. Double 6 it is. Double 6 it is. Big leg of darts there for Neil Duff. We said he needed to do something against the throw. It's a 12 darter with a 1-2-6 out.
And as always, I'm joined by primetime Matthew Edgar. Matthew, looking at this group, is a clear separation. Can any of the bottom 3 first of all gate crash the pie, or is it as simple as 2 from 3?
We'll know the answer to that very, very quickly, because actually the top 3 are all playing the bottom 3 in the opening fixtures, and the players at the top of the table all have the throw. So if it goes to the form line we saw yesterday, there will be a clear separation that will be uncatchable in regards to the people at the bottom of the table. But when you look at the people on the right-hand side, the players without the darts, you got to look at Brian Raman as being someone who's got pedigree, but hasn't shown it quite on a consistent level.
Before we look at the fixtures today, last night, Noelyn van Leuven on debut, winning 3 from 4. She will be delighted with what she produced here at the Live Lounge.
I think anytime any player comes to the Live Lounge and you pick up 3 from 4, you're going to be absolutely delighted. It was very close at a point to doing the card and picking up the 8 points. Noelyn came into this venue probably thinking be happy with 4 points just to be in contention. Now he's going to be one of the favourites to get through. There are 3 players that go through from a Group B campaign. And what a step forward in the career of Noelyn van Leuven if we can get into Saturday night.
Yeah, we'll conclude Group B this evening, but all eyes are on this Group C campaign right now. And we've had a look at the fixtures. The first 3 are quite generous, top 3 against the bottom 3, but are we targeting Game 6 where Anthony Allen and Neil Duff meet for the first time in the first of those big head-to-heads?
Yes and no. I don't think that's the clash. I think it's Anthony Allen and Terry Nash. I think that's the game that's going to decide the place. I think Neil Duff's probably got enough. And he's shown us yesterday that he's the class act in this group. Yes, he got beat, but that's because Anthony Allen rose it to levels he didn't find in any other game. He was about 15 points better off than his running average for the rest of the day. So they're going to have to do that if they're going to need to beat Neil Duff, but they don't need to. They've just got to beat the rest of the pack, and then that's a head-to-head straight showdown. You're
talking on Terry Nash there in that game. How much confidence has he got from the performance from Wales at the home nations? Because he looked superb yesterday. Nothing really flustered him, and he could be a big danger.
Yeah, I thought he might be. If you remember yesterday, we looked at the odds at the start of the show, and I said 8-1 looked like good value there on Terry, purely because he had that big win at the Six Nations. So winning something like that, winning for your country, having that pride, having that big event and that big win, it changes everything. It's a very weird thing to describe, and it's a very hard thing to describe when you win trophies and you win titles. And it just changes the world for like 3 days, 4 days. And he's still within that window. Everything just feels different. You walk around just a little bit tall or a little bit proud. Everything just feels different, even just driving your car. It's a very hard thing to explain, but he will still be within that mode. And then what he did yesterday is just going to extend.
1 leg separates 3 players in this Group C table. It could not be closer right now. Terry Nash is there on top of the pile on leg difference. But are you still going for Neil Duff and one other?
Yeah, I mean, he's only 1 leg behind, and when we're looking at this, if it does come down to leg difference, you think Neil Duff's going to put in a big performance somewhere and get himself a sizable 4-0, 4-1 scoreline that's going to overtake the 2 players in that position. Neil Duff is the man to beat, despite the fact he's in 3rd place. I still think, like you say, it's Duff +1.
The bookies still have Neil Duff as favourite, mainly because of the experience and winning that world title. He's still odds-on favourite. Anthony Allen, second favourite, and they've got Terry Nash as the outsider of the three. Does that surprise you, Matt?
It does, yeah, absolutely. I think maybe that comes down to the fact that Terry Nash hasn't played on the big lakeside stages or the stages like Anthony Allen and Neil Duff has. But the levels he's shown yesterday, the level he's shown the last time he was here, that has dropped significantly. He was 8-1 yesterday, down to 3s. But I think there's still value at Neil Duff. Yes, he's odds on, but it's very close to even money. And I think that's a good shout.
Terry Nash will face Brian Raman first. Are you excited for what Brian Raman we could get? Whether we get the spoiler, the Joker, the Riddler? No one knows. I'm not sure he knows, but he could play a massive part in this today.
I'm not sure excited's the word to pick out, but I'm sure there'll be plenty of words we could use. Raman, I just don't know. I don't know what to get. And the reason I don't know is because he doesn't know. And he's so unsure of him. You can see it. He's changing his pace. He's changed his darts. He's fast. He's slow. He approaches the hockey quick. He takes time. He's frustrated. And you can see it. He's playing frustrated. Now, the issue is the rest of the players look at it and go, I've got to beat him because he's frustrated. If I jump on top of him, he's going to lose his head. We saw it yesterday. 3-2 down. He's throwing to save the match. He goes bull 7 bull. Just silly darts. He lost his head. And that's what they'll be trying to do. But Brian Raman, we also seen him go 3 180s in a row. We also seen him turn around from 3-0 down to win 4-3. He's a class operator. And it's awkward to play when you don't know what you're going to get.
Well, Matt, it's a pleasure as always. We're going to head to comms and get the action underway. First game up is Terry Nash against Brian Raman, and I caught up with Terry earlier. Terry, final day of Group C. I bet you slept well last night, top of the table?
Yeah, not too bad, to be honest. Yeah, I did sleep well. Like a baby.
The group itself, 3-horse race, the way it looks at the moment. Are you targeting those 2 games against Anthony and Neil?
Just take every game, every leg as it goes. That's it. That's all you can do. There's 3 of us going for the 2 spaces, so that's it, really.
When you look at yesterday's results and performances, how would you assess your day as a whole?
Not too bad. Missed a couple of doubles, but managed to hit a couple of doubles that went my way, so that's all right.
How much confidence did you get from the home nations and what Wales achieved there?
Yeah, that was awesome. To be fair, still in a bit of a shock, but I really enjoyed that.
And looking ahead, if you can secure one of these 2 places for finals night, what would that mean to you?
Yeah, the world, to be honest. It'd be nice to make a Saturday so.
If you can get there, do you think the experiences you've had on the stage recently with Wales will stand you in good stead?
I hope so. All the experience helps, doesn't it? So all you can do is just play darts, throw, and hit the doubles.
Have you set yourself a points tally that you think you may need today?
No, just every game as it comes.
Well, Terry, wish you all the very best ahead of the Group C.
Cheers, thank you very much.
And here we have it, everyone, the start of the final session of Group C. The league leader, Terry Nash, gets us underway. He gets a chance to extend his lead at the top of the table in this first round of fixtures. But Matt, it's going to be a battle to the end. I can see this going right until the final fixtures to decide the final 2.
Yeah, absolutely. The league table, I don't think it's going to be decided for a long time. But one of the things that really just stood out to me there was the age of Brian Raman. Still just in his late 20s. Plenty of time. He's probably very far along in his journey in regards to what he's achieved so far, and maybe you just need to have someone have an arm around Brian Raman and just give him that little bit of support and that reassurance that actually you don't need to do it right this second and right now.
81.
Because that's where the frustration's coming, is that he wants those results. He wants to be back on that pro tour. He's had a taste of it.
49.
And already this morning, there's an equipment change for Brian Raman. The dart is the same, but the back end is certainly different
81.
to yesterday.
That's where you tend to find you get a lot of the change, and you don't get too much change in the barrel. You might get a different grip pattern, but the balance points of the darts tend to be roughly
97.
around the same sort of places. It's the back end of the dart that makes the difference. The shape of the flight, the size of the flight, the length
59.
of the stem. They're the things that are really going to change the angles.
60.
That may just open the door for a man here, but needs to find a treble.
60.
Can't do it. There's an opportunity there for the Riddler.
Well, I think that was the
90.
story of this group in general, wasn't it? Little bits of opportunity, little bits of opening, kept coming throughout the day.
180.
Puts those all in the middle of the treble. Really good visit there for Raman to set himself up on a double.
65. Brian
Terry Nash
40.
can't take it out.
No
Nor
score. Terry
can Brian
80.
Raman.
It's only going to be one dart at tops.
40.
And it doesn't go, so Raman gets a second opportunity to break. He's making a mess of it. He's chasing around the board. And again, he's made a mess of it.
6 starts there to get the breaker throw, and Terry Nash is probably thinking it's Christmas Day. It's not. He's got another 173 days to wait until Christmas Day.
Second leg Brian to throw first.
Is it too early to ask you if you're stepping in?
You know me, Phil. I'll be stepping in nice and early. As Raman will be hoping to step into this fixture.
100.
Yeah, and there's a missed opportunity there for Raman. He should have broken the throw. 6 clear darts.
38.
Couldn't take it. And it's days like this. I wish we had the camera in the players' room like they used to on the World Cup.
57.
Going through all the emotions.
I think he probably wanted that ever since the Van Gerwen Adrian Lewis incident.
Correct.
43.
But Terry Nash not starting today like he did yesterday. Sort of around that mid-80s average for the majority of the
97.
day yesterday was Terry, but just a little bit wayward at the moment. Just struggling to get the line right.
100.
I remember, though, there was a couple of times that he started slow and all of a sudden exploded into life mid-game.
Well, that was
57.
against Brian Raman, wasn't it? Most notable in the final game when he was 2-0 down and then won the last 4 legs. But again, just losing that line.
62.
He's done so twice there. This is the concern early on here for Terry. He's not keeping the darts straight.
$55.
Again, Raman down to a finish first.
98.
Should
Brian
use the
Carl,
ball first.
135.
But with Brian, you're never sure.
42.
Well, he hasn't
Carl,
made too much of a hole in
160.
that, and he's left himself a little bit tricky. A lot of work to be done there for Raman, so a straight ton here for Terry.
100.
And he
Brian
finds the
Carl,
treble with the last
93.
start. Could come and steal another one here. Raman's got work to do.
Yeah, one poor visit has left him vulnerable here. And he's not going to get
53.
a dart at a
Terry
double
Carl,
from the
60.
93. So Nash to lead 2-0. And he
20.
can't take the
Brian
opportunity
Carl,
this
40.
time.
Getting shot on the second leg. Brian Raman.
Last dart in hand from Brian Raman. It was 8 missed
Terry to throw
up until
first.
that
Game
point.
on.
But he is level somehow.
Yeah, that'll be relief rather than joy in that situation for Raman.
134.
Both players missing opportunities to get breaks.
100.
It was after 2 legs that we saw Terry Nash really start to motor in this fixture yesterday.
45.
Again, around that 20. Going wayward, and we may start seeing him switch a little bit more here because he's finding success at the bottom end of the board on the treble 19, as is Raman.
96.
Yeah, more notably in that throw, there was a lot of shoulder involved. He's not settled at all yet.
60.
It's almost walking on dart 3 as well. When you walk in and got shoulder involved,
One of them.
not a
40.
recipe for success.
Well, the dart's just going to go low all the time, isn't it? You're not going to be propelling it and sending it on that journey.
96.
But Raman should get another opportunity here to break the throw of Terry Nash.
65.
First to a finish. Nash can't take out the 166.
41. Brown car 100. $93. 2, sorry. Terrier car 125.
It's not going to be at dart at top, so Brian Raman,
105.
another
car 8.
opportunity to break the throw.
4.
And
Terrier car
darting,
20.
doubling, continues to be a disaster.
First to a finish in every single leg, he'll probably feel like he could be 3-0 up. But Terry Nash, if he can use that dart to find the double 10, he can't.
Nub score.
But further away
car
on
4.
every single one of those throws, 20 darts thrown between the pair to have the
Getting
2
shot on the
darts
third
hit.
leg. Brian Raman.
Brian Raman gets there in the end with the breaker throw.
Fourth leg, Brian
Yeah.
did first. Game on.
The doubling stats do not make pretty reading for either player. As you alluded to there, Matt,
83.
Brian Raman does lead this one, but he will feel it should be 3-0.
I'm not surprised to see Terry
42.
start down on the 19s there. I've said he's been having a bit of a success down there, and he's nowhere near the 20s. Goes back upstairs, wayward again. There's just something not
60.
quite right at the moment for Terry Nash. He's not throwing and propelling the dart through the air. It's like he's playing safe, trying to place them in the board. And ultimately what that does is you just start throwing a bit
95.
softer. And with that, you lose that true trajectory of the dart.
The fact he led the table overnight, he then had the opportunity
50.
to extend the lead in game one. Safe is a very good word because he's almost playing within himself, trying not to
41.
do anything silly. Do you know what I mean?
Yep, absolutely. Looking over his shoulder rather than looking ahead.
78.
It's not like this has been an exceptional performance from Raman. He's averaging sub-70s at the
140.
moment. But that is more than enough at the moment to get first poke at a finish on every occasion.
$60.
Except this occasion, maybe.
$123.
Beautiful setup
Round
play
account
again.
170.
Opting to stay off of those 20s.
80. Terrier car 60.
Should get a couple more darts here. Terry Nash, who is only 1 from 8 on the outer ring. It might only be 1.
40. Brown car 90.
Full board, because I haven't got a clue which way he's going. Ah, the old 5 route, Matt.
Well, the big story here, though, is Terry Nash got an opportunity to break the throw and
57.
get us back to a level
Terrier
game.
car 20.
9 darts thrown, 1 hit. Make that
Game
2
shot on the
hits
fourth
from
leg, Terry Nash.
10 darts thrown. And that one was encouraging. That was smack bang in the middle of the
Fifth leg, Terry
double.
to throw first.
And that'll be encouraging for Terry Nash, who, for him, it's all about the points. It doesn't matter how he gets there. We say it all the time. You can average 60 and win. Well, he's averaging in the 60s. And he won't care if he comes off that stage with 2
140.
points, because that is the key, vital part of these first lap of fixtures today on decision
60.
day, when the top 2 will be booking a place on Saturday night.
And that picture of Brian
125.
Raman at the back of the stage painted 1,000 words, scratching his head how this game is 2-all.
60.
Well, maybe now Terry Nash feels he's had the nervy part.
140.
That's out the way. He got away with it. And now he can start to play the pace visibly quicker, throwing with a bit more purpose, which is what he needs to do. Don't throw soft. Don't hope. Make it happen. Force the issue.
97.
And this is a
Terrier car
quality
96.
leg of darts, potentially 11 darter for Terry Nash.
88.
He's got so much time on his hands. 280 points, roughly.
And again, we touched on this yesterday. The lack
100.
of pace
Terrier car 8.
in the Raman game is obvious to see.
Getting shot on
As
the
Terry
fifth
Nash
leg,
now
Terry Nash.
leads. He dodged some bullets early on, but the league leader
6 leg Brian to throw first.
is now
Game
one
on.
away from taking the first points of the day. But going back to the point about Brian Raman, Matt, we both sat here yesterday and said he was better when he was playing quicker. And
100.
he's reverted to type. He's gone back into that slower pace that I don't think suits him.
I'm just
85.
watching him as he's bringing the dart up. At times he stops and sort of re-grips it. I think he's just going a little bit weak and limp in the wrist. And there you see that the wrist coming through.
91.
I think he's just a bit too loose in the wrist here. Certainly on the transition of the dart. And that's why we're seeing him at
85.
times pull the dart back down again and having to re-grip it as he's drawing the arm back, because it's just an extra moving part, which means that
94.
the dart and the eye aren't where he expects it to be.
100.
Raman needs to find the treble here,
90.
and does. Otherwise, Nash would have sensed an opportunity. He still may with a second treble.
85. Brown the car 126.
Should be 19s first for Raman. Treble leaves the ball. Not going to get a go.
54. Teddy the car 146.
There'd be some way to win it. He could do it. He's got choices. But now,
98.
just set up
Brown
and
the
hope
car
that Brian
72.
Raman doesn't take the 72. He'll have hope because Raman only hit 2 darts at a double so far
Game
from
shot on the
14,
sixth
but there
leg.
is
Brian
no
Raman.
hope. There's no reprieve for Terry Nash. We're going all the way to one leg shootout
final
where
leg,
the
Terry,
advantage
to
of
the
throw
first. Game on.
could be vital.
On that 146, Matt, the way dart 1 was sat, would you have stayed there?
135.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I say he's got choices here, because he did look over to the 18s and I thought maybe he's going to switch
59.
back and change his mind. But the opening exchange, very positive here for the followers of Terry Nash. And he follows it in
140.
beautifully. Raman needs a max and he'd still be 40 points behind.
56.
This is where you fear you might get the Raman implosion.
59.
Nash is down to a finish after 9. Nothing Raman can do.
140. Teddy the car 167.
So Terry Nash gets first go to extend his lead to 2 points at the top of the table.
45.
Well, he's stumbling to the line and Raman, opportunity to get down to a finish here.
56.
Doesn't take
Teddy the
it.
car 122.
So 6 starts at 1-2-2 for Terry Nash to be the first player on to 10.
74.
I think he's been caught in 2 minds there and just dragged the dart massively.
I can't think what he could possibly have thought he needed that a 2 would have helped.
44.
So I'll go
Teddy
with
the
you.
car 48.
So it's going to be 2 at tops for Nash. He
Hey,
can't take
Brown
them.
your car 146.
But Brian Raman. Oh, that's very low. That's a late release.
60. Teddy the car 40. Game shot on the match.
And Terry Nash extends his lead at the top of the table. The first one of the leading 3 to bag the points. And yes, Terry, you've got to go and get your darts out the board as well. But Nash beats Raman. He leads Allen and Duff by 2 points. He's the first man to 10 points. But Anthony Allen will get his chance to level it up next as he takes on Daniel Stevenson.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
But what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only
needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you
Lebanon.
saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it.
Game shot.
And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Josh Smith has hit
Darius
a
Labanowski.
9. A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Labanowski.
only needs the one. And there you can see.
So that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great dive.
Shot on the first leg, Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
breaker throw for Andres Harrison.
Shot on the second leg, Dan Crabtree.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17 that she gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison.
And welcome back, everyone. As Anthony Allen here had the opportunity to cut the gap that Terry Nash has just installed at the top of Group C. And that's a jazzy shirt from Shaggy. We saw a version of the Scooby-Doo one yesterday, Matt. We've got a bit of a brighter one today.
Yeah, you know I'm a big fan of the shirts and the attire of players, so I do like the nature of that one from Anthony Allen. This one is a bit of everything, really, isn't it? From Daniel Stevenson, the
First leg, Anthony
16-year-old,
to through first.
making
Game
his
on.
debut here at the Super Series. Acquitted himself quite well yesterday, I feel, but was just left a little bit to be desired at the back end of games
81.
sometimes when it came to the finishing.
.44.
Up against a seasonal campaigner here in Anthony Allen. Someone I mentioned yesterday
41.
I've known for quite some time. We used to play some county together back in our days for Warwickshire. Anthony Allen playing all the way through to 2020 before making a transfer up
43.
to Lincolnshire, where he currently plays his county darts. He was a regular in the A team for Warwickshire
49.
for 5 seasons. Warwickshire quite a hotbed of darts. Believe just won the A-team Premier League as well this past season. So big well done to all
78.
at Warwickshire. First played for Warwickshire back in 2011. May the 7th. Debuted against Kent. I know all this because Warwickshire have an amazing database. If you go to the Warwickshire Darts
119.
website, you'll be able to check out an incredible database of all the games and stats and statistics from every single county game ever played. So anyone
60.
who's played against Warwickshire or anyone who's played for, you'll be able to see every single one of their stats. His second game, actually, was against Graham Usher, player we used to see
100.
here regularly at the Super Series. A very successful player here at the Super Series before going on to get his tour card a couple of years ago.
83. Daniel
And who had a very good run at the last Pro Tour. Hope you're well, Graham.
57. Anthony Carr 127. .59.
It's an
Daniel
opportunity
Carr,
here
60.
for Stevenson to break in the opener. It's going to be 2 at tops.
Getting shot on the first
He's
leg.
used the
Daniel
guide well.
Stevenson.
And Daniel Stevenson leads this contest. We were talking
Second leg,
yesterday,
Daniel
Matt,
to throw
that
first.
here on
Game on.
debut can be daunting. Here on debut at 16, even more so. But there was enough signs yesterday to suggest this man has a bright future.
I'm going to add even more context to
134.
that. Here on debut, yeah, daunting. Here on debut at 16, daunting. Here on debut at 16 in 2024,
60.
even more daunting. And the reason I add 2024 to that is because of the comparison to another 16-year-old player who has lit the world alight. And that
44.
comparison will kind of be made against all young players. They'll all be judged against Luke Littler's standard, against the bar that
58.
Luke Littler has set, rather than being judged against what we traditionally would expect from a player at 16. Because actually, Daniel Stevenson is head and shoulders above where he should be right now.
57.
Just looking at it as well, he's also changed the colour of his
57.
moulded flight and stem combination. They're all going through the repertoire today.
It looks like the players at the top of
99.
the table all go through the ringer as well, because Terry Nash managed to get a 4-3 success over Brian Raman in a very nervy, edgy affair. And Anthony
59.
Allen seems to be
Down the
following
car,
that same trend here.
167.
No treble in these first 4 visits. And Stevenson is having it all his own way in the early goings.
41. $125.
If he could just kept that last start straight, he'd have left something quite handy. He'd have been down to the 127. Instead, we'll need 2 trebles. Should Stevenson not be able to take out the 126, which he can't do.
62.
Roughly halves the score. Another one of those. That's where that last start being
90.
straight, he'd have
Down on the
been
car,
able to get a
64.
dart at the bullseye. Now he's got to hope that Stevenson misses 2 at double 8. A little bit tricky the way the dart's kicked over to the side. He's moved to the left to throw over the top
56.
and doesn't find
Onto
the
the car,
target.
52.
Oh, I thought we had a Dean Winstanley reference there.
No, that's when you run around the stage.
34. Down on the
Let's
car,
see.
8.
If Stevenson can double his lead here, and then I've got a point to ask you. We touched on it yesterday, and we've just seen it again there.
Getting shot on
So
the
he
second
does
leg.
lead
Daniel
2-0,
Stevenson.
but the darts at 8s and 16s, the way he's kicked the back end of
Third leg,
yesterday,
Anthony to throw
he went to
first.
tops
Game on.
and was having more success with that. Is that something that you think he should look at going forward, the way his darts lie?
At the moment,
60.
I think it's too early for him to have a set, this is what I do. At 16, it's all about exploring, working things out. His throw's going to change and evolve
44.
over the next few years anyway. Certainly as he sort of grows into himself and fills out and goes into
40.
adulthood, the throw's going to change and evolve. So with that, the angle of dart might change, and I think it's the right thing at the moment to use the variety of the board and
44.
develop that board mastery.
$95.
With Nash winning his opener, how much extra pressure does that add to Allen
58.
and Duff in their opening games?
It shouldn't really, because you should come in here expecting that they're going to do that. Because it happened yesterday, so why wouldn't it happen today?
140.
And you may look at that shot there from Anthony Allen and think, why didn't he switch down to the 19s and guarantee a finish? Well, even if Stevenson does hit the 180, he can't leave
140.
one himself. So, kind of sensible play, especially as the fact he probably wouldn't go for the bull on the 167 anyway.
134.
That is better, though, from Anthony Allen. Back-to-back big visits. Leaves himself on 32 after 15. And he seems to be back within that 6-visit block.
45. Onto the car, 32.
So to cut the gap to 1,
Getting shot on the third leg.
Anthony Allen is in this game now, but he is going to have to break back.
First. Game on.
Daniel Stevenson has done the hard work and broken the Allen throw.
180.
Brilliant from the young man. Fabulous grouping. And just looking at the Allen shirt, I've got a gripe
59.
to pick. But look at the way Shaggy is holding that dart on the front. Come on, we all know you don't hold a dart like that.
140. $96.
Just looking ahead to the fixtures, Anthony Allen's next game's Neil Duff, so that makes this game probably even more important. I feel like he's going to have to find a turnaround here. And Daniel Stevenson has run away with leg number 4.
60. Daniel Carr 91.
It's going to be 2 at tops,
Getting
but
shot on
only
the
needs
fourth
the
leg,
one.
Daniel Stevenson.
Stevenson with a fabulous leg on throw.
Fifth leg Anthony to through
Now
first.
Anthony Allen
Game
will
on.
have to win 3 legs on the spin to keep pace with Nash at the top of the table.
59.
So many trebleless visits for Anthony Allen. That is the big issue here. He's just making it comfortable there for Daniel Stevenson at the
55.
moment. And Anthony Allen just been able to find a little bit more consistency on the red.
140.
And when Group C is as close as it is, remember at the start of the day, it was Nash, Allen, Duff.
100.
Allen has now slipped below Neil Duff in the in-play table because of the legs already. So that's something that may come into
100.
play. So big defeats could be damaging.
I feel this is a vital game for Anthony Allen, because I do believe Neil Duff's going to
140.
raise the levels today. Anthony Allen's going to have to try and find a way to get this 1-1 and get the points on the board, but he's going the hard way about this here. Daniel Stevenson is literally pacing around at the back of the stage.
42.
Can sense the opportunity. Any treble here is a big blow to Anthony Allen.
It's like a prowling lion at the back of the stage waiting to
56.
pounce.
Anthony Carr 160.
That's a good visit, that, from Anthony Allen to set it up. And
150.
that's the question of Daniel Stevenson, if he can take the 150 to get the job done, which he can't. So Anthony Allen to get one part
57.
of the 3-part
Anthony
job
Carr
done.
20. Getting shot on the 5th leg. Anthony Allen.
Part 1 done. But this is the leg. This is on the Stevenson
6th leg
darts.
Daniel did through first. Game on. $58.
Well, that is exactly what Anthony Allen would have been hoping for, a trebleless visit there from his opponent.
85.
Does enough just to put his nose in front.
93. $41.
Those first darts were very safe, weren't they? Not really markers. Just playing it a little bit too nice, too close.
100.
Stevenson doing the task here. Just one treble throw is all he needs in this situation. Especially with Anthony not finding anything.
59.
He's chasing it around the board. He is in big, big trouble. And I don't feel he's just in big trouble for this match. This could be big trouble for the group. This could be handing it to Neil Duff and Terry Nash.
177.
That is outstanding from Stevenson. Down to 73 after 12.
100.
And this
Daniel
could be
Carr,
a
73.
catastrophic blow to Anthony Allen.
He needs to see mistakes, and lots of them. Doesn't need to go 16 and ball here. Can have the luxury of the setup plate. He's outscored his opponent so heavy
43.
with that maximum visit. Sets himself up on tops. Hit and hope time for Anthony Allen.
140.
He does
Daniel
the
Carr,
hit.
40.
Now for the hope.
Oh,
Game shot
He's
on the
rescued the
match. Then
situation. Dart 1 at tops was pulled very low, but Daniel Stevenson has dealt a huge blow to Anthony Allen in his race for the Group C title. Terry Nash now has a 2-point advantage over him, but coming up after the break, the favourite and Neil Duff gets his opportunity to draw a level at the top.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53. No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Skate. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final. And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And he's absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that Pie face dominated throughout.
And welcome back, everyone, as the final round in this first block of fixtures is upon us, and Neil Duff gets his opportunity to join Terry Nash at the top of the table. The Duff man, the 2022 Lakeside World Champion from Ballyclare in Northern Ireland. Disappointed as well that Paul Lewis, he's gone back to the original shirt. We saw that naughty little rascal once and once only.
See, I'm more disappointed in the nickname there of Paul Lewis, the Hitman. I think we could get something a little bit... Maybe we could help him out with that one over the rest of the week and his time here at the Super Series, because, as we mentioned, he is in a Oasis tribute band. He used to be in an 80s tribute
First
band.
leg nailed it through first.
His band known as Oasis from Mansfield, where Paul Lewis resides. I'm sure you know a few Oasis numbers that you could maybe think of some lines or lyrics that could make a good nickname
85.
for Mr. Lewis.
The best band ever.
Should say Paul Lewis will sing you a few numbers. He's an incredible guitar player. I've
45.
been looking him up on YouTube. And Oasis, they do have their own channel, and there's videos of them taking part in various events and
45.
tours. He was also part of the playoffs presentation when Mansfield was playing recently. You'll see him on Sky Sports.
100.
But absolutely incredible on the guitar. Very worth a look.
100.
It'd be nice if he got through to Saturday, wouldn't it? We could have had him play the crowd in. I'm sure he's got his guitar. You know, an artist never doesn't bring their tools.
140.
Could be the half-time entertainment in the football.
Won't be the first time he's been an entertainer at the footy.
101.
Big last start there from Neil Duff because he was just having a little wobble here in leg one.
100. Neil the car 170.
But it's time to go fishing. Oh, hello, another. The bullseye for the fish. I think he looked away then for a minute.
Paul the car 160.
He was tempted to say to Paul Lewis, I don't think you can take out 116.
I think he did, but
81.
I think it was also
Near the
down to
car,
the fact maybe he didn't
47.
check the board to see where Paul Lewis was before he went to the board. I think he was so engrossed with his own task and his own goal here.
7.
But tell you what, the players at the top of the table have started a little slow, especially when it comes to the doubling.
Getting shot on the first leg. Paul
Lewis breaks. Neil Duff has some questions to answer here.
Second leg, Paul through first. Game on.
All three of the leaders have looked vulnerable so far. Terry Nash found a way to win his game
180.
as Paul Lewis rattles in a max. But yeah, Nash nervous but found a way. Alan didn't.
60.
And Neil Duff is up against it here as well. This could be the dream start to this final session for Terry Nash.
100.
I was just looking to see if there's a route where we could legitimately have the players
25.
come back into it like Paul Lewis if he was to beat Neil Duff here. I think the issue will come down to scoreboard pressure as such, because he'd be 4 points away at the moment from a qualifying
100.
place, occupied by Anthony Allen and Neil Duff. And the issue is they play each other next, so one of them has to get to 10. So by the end of the next lap of fixtures, Paul Lewis is going to still be the
Paul
same
Lewis
distance
121.
off of a qualifying place, even if he wins this and his next game.
Yeah, even going through the card today would be unlikely to get them there.
61.
And the other one is the leg difference. The bottom three are all in a minus.
60.
Improbable,
Paul
but
Lewis
not
60.
impossible. We will talk you through that as it goes, and I'm sure Paul Lewis will be battling this to the very, very end.
40.
And the worst case scenario for Paul Lewis, he can get a better position in the table, because all those points make prizes. The higher you do finishing the league table, the higher
95.
your share
Paul
of the
Lewis
purse.
20.
I thought we were going to get a Brucey bonus as points make prizes.
Couldn't get any closer.
10. Near the car 121.
This would hurt. 11 or treble. Bullseye.
96.
Good
Paul
effort from
Lewis
Neil
10.
Duff. Wild.
No score.
They never
Neil
look
Lucar,
like troubling the
25.
double five. And Neil Duff to break straight back. One at double four.
21.
And he can't find it either. And the
Paul
look
Lucar,
says it
10.
all. He can't believe it.
Getting shot on the second leg.
Well, the
Paul
thing to
Lewis.
believe right now is Paul Lewis has just doubled the lead, confirmed the break.
Third leg Neil to through first. Game on.
Duff, just like Terry Nash,
100.
just like Anthony Allen, starting slow and needing to do a lot of work in the back end of the match.
140.
We saw yesterday that Paul Lewis's scoring was good most of the day, but at times the doubling let him down.
140.
And that looks the same here in game one, that He scored very well. But 2 from 11.
180.
Well, that maximum makes him joint best maximum hitter in this group. That's now 7 180s for Paul Lewis. As Neil Duff joins them on 7. Brian Raman on 7 as well. So the 2 players at the bottom of the table, Paul Lewis and Brian Raman, are the 2 players who's hit the most 180s.
Neil Duff 81.
How big was that 180 from Neil Duff, though? Because Lewis was threatening the double break.
63.
Still may do.
Paul Car 122.
Should start 18s on the 1-2-2. Bullseye for 3-0. Oh, Christ.
92. Neil Car 18.
One more at double 4.
10.
And Duff can't find it either.
Paul Car 30.
Anthony Allen coming back for double 15. You left it. And he sorted out the mess he left. 3-0 to Paul Lewis. Neil Duff is right up against it here. He stares at the sky.
Game on.
He knows he's in a world of trouble in this game.
100. 60.
The raised eyebrows from Neil Duff says it all.
55.
Neil Duff needs to find something here. It's not quite clicking at the moment.
125.
We do see games turn around very quick here at the Super Series. The short cutthroat format often leads itself to as such, but Paul Lewis makes a dash to the board to retrieve the darts. A maximum visit. And Neil Duff is going to get drawn into an almighty battle here with the chasing pack.
100.
Yeah, 4-0 defeat could harm his leg difference massively as well.
41.
When at the start of the day there was only one leg between the 3. Neil Duff. This is not what the doctor
100.
ordered.
Paul Car 125.
He's got down to a finish. Paul Lewis won't take his. Is this last chance
51.
saloon for Neil Duff?
Car 116.
He's in the corner. Can he come out swinging?
76. Paul Car 74.
0 from 10 for Neil Duff is the story here. As Alan will be
54.
praying this
Neil
goes in
40.
after his defeat in the practice room, but Duff gets a lifeline. Wild. Nowhere near from Neil Duff.
$35.
That's even worse.
Paul Car 20.
Alan
shot on the
seals
match
a 4-0 win. It's a massive defeat for Neil Duff in the race for the title here in Group C. So after the first round of fixtures, it is Terry Nash who leads the way. And we see the stats there. 0 from 13 for the former champion of the world. He has work to do. Coming up after the break, Daniel Stevenson against Terry Nash. And welcome back, everyone, as the second round of fixtures gets underway here. And it is a golden opportunity for Terry Nash. He could move 4 points clear at the top of the table with a win over Daniel Stevenson. But Nash will have to start quicker than he did in his first game. Yes, he got over the winning line, but he was slow out the blocks, Matt, and won't be able to do that here.
No, absolutely. Daniel Stevenson now got a win under his belt as well, getting that in the opening game against Anthony Allen, where he picked up a 4-2 success. So he's going up there a little bit positive and maybe a little bit encouraged, because can he keep hold of that top pack? Can he stop Terry Nash from going clear? A win here for Terry Nash, you feel. It's going to give him a little bit of comfort over the next 2 to 3 games, because he will reach 12 points. We know Neil Duff plays Anthony Allen next, so one of them has to lose. He'll be 4 points clear of a qualifying place, which will give him the safety of 2 games at darts, knowing whatever happens, he'll probably still be in the top 2.
83.
Yeah, you just feel that this round of fixtures
60.
is going to play a significant part in the race for finals night.
180. $64. Tadeuka 117. Getting shot on the first leg.
Much better from Terry Nash. We said he needed to start quickly, and he has done. The maximum, followed by the ton-topping finish. Break of throw. Nash leads 1-0.
57.
Do you think we might have to change that nickname he's got, though, if he wins this game? Because the nickname he walks around with is John Cena.
70.
And the issue we're going to have is if he wins this, I think we are going to see him.
100. $134. $100.
I was enjoying the YouTube chat yesterday. Lots of Terry Nash's
55.
family and friends was in there, sharing some Nash stories. Please do keep those coming in.
140.
Down to 104.
140 to the car.
But Daniel Stevenson is keeping with him here. But for 2 ton toppers in a row. Brilliant.
The second leg.
Absolutely brilliant from Terry Nash. The 104 joins the 117. It's a hold of throw. He leads 2-0. And right now, he is creating
43.
his own pathway to Saturday night here at the Live Lounge.
I think one of my favourite Terry Nash stories yesterday was that Terry's partner is actually called Terry. I think that gets a bit awkward when someone rings up. Can I speak to Terry? Especially if they're married. Can I speak to Terry Nash? Well, you're going to have to be a bit more specific.
135.
Is it one of those ones, can I speak to Terry with a Y or Terry with an I?
55. $140.
This is an impressive performance from Terry Nash. Not just the eye-catching nature of the 2 tumblers finishes, but everything that's gelling it together. Both players really showing what they're capable of. By far the best performance we've seen from Daniel Stevenson. And I think both players just really enjoying the pace of this game.
43. Tadeuka 80.
So 80 for a double break. It's going to be one at tops. It's been his go-to.
Daniel Carr 40. Getting shot on the third leg. Daniel Stevenson.
Tops on, tops off. There's Danielson, cuts the gap.
Fourth leg Teddy to through first. Game on.
Terry Nash averaging 105. We've seen a couple of 100 averages. They all came in Group A.
95.
Timothy Verbrew giving us one of those every day in match number 3. Neil Duff giving us a 104 on Wednesday.
85.
We're waiting on one here in Group C. Is Terry Nash going to deliver the 3-figure average? I'm sure Terry Nash isn't thinking about that. The only thing Terry Nash will be thinking and caring about right now is getting his point tally up to 12.
81.
When will they start looking at the table in the practice room?
About
41.
8 o'clock this morning when they walked in. They'll be very well aware. They will know all the permutations, all who beats who, and that's why you've seen a few nervy performances at the start of today.
139.
Daniel Stevenson.
106.
That's a break back opportunity here. Still on. Not now. So Nash coming back. 14s. And it goes 3-1 to Nash. Still averaging over a ton.
For the first game on. $95. $59. $45. $140.
This has been the best performance of the group here. Nash is sending a real statement to everyone else.
119.
I mean, Phil, after the session yesterday, me and you both sat up here and we had a chicken meal and we dissected the day's play over some grub. And we both said how the session went so much better when people played with pace.
140.
We can see here Terry Nash so much quicker than he was in his first game, and he's playing someone else playing with pace. I'm not surprised that we're seeing this level of performance, leaving a double after 12. And this has to go for Daniel. Oh, he's going back to the practice room. I'm sure of it, because Terry Nash is missing nothing. And he's got 3 darts now in his hand
64.
to get the job done
20.
in around about 7 minutes.
And it goes. That is sublime from Terry Nash. And you can see what it means to him. A big celebration. It's a ton-topping average for the Welshman. And he now leads Group C by 4 points. He can walk back into that practice room, chest up in the air, and saying to Anthony Allen and Neil Duff, you have to catch me. There we see the numbers. 103.54. Statement sent from Terry Nash. And a very warm welcome back, everyone, to the Modus Super Series. Terry Nash has just sent out a huge statement in Group C. He moves 4 points clear, 105 average en route from him. And now it looks as if Anthony Allen and Neil Duff are fighting it out for second place. And they play each other next. Could be a huge game in the context of Group C.
They were both ropey in game number 1, wasn't they? Neil Duff going down 4-0 to the man you're about to watch now, Paul Lewis. The man
Game
in
on.
the pink and purple, who still does have an outside chance of qualifying through this group.
91.
So, very important game for him in regards to picking up the victory over Brian Raman, whose hopes of going through to Saturday,
100.
well, they're done, aren't they? I think mathematically, if Duff or Anthony Allen, you win that game, lose all the games
60.
4-0, and Brian Raman wins his all 4-0, I think he's got a chance. But
Wait a minute, I'll just tweet Rachel Riley, see if she can work out the equation for it to
59.
go through.
you've got Rachel Riley's contact.
I said tweet. Anyone can follow her on Twitter.
56.
Whether she answers or not, it's another thing.
I thought she'd blocked you by now.
I'll tell you who could work it out. The Bevans.
100.
Oh, yeah, he'd tell you in a heartbeat.
$95. $140.
This is the 5th day of action for both the players on stage, and it's been a mixed bag. So it's amazing to see
89.
the resilience
Polestar
here, and the
102.
character of Paul Lewis to still be up there, fighting and battling after everything he's been through
39.
this week. And he
Round the
came
car,
into this Group C
110.
with hope and with optimism on the evidence of what we saw in the Group A campaign. We can be optimistic here about a
40.
potential breaker throw.
Polestar 63.
Just 63 points to go. It's double 16.
Game
It
show on the
is
first leg, Paul
double
Lewis.
16.
Lewis leads 1-0. Just
Second leg,
going back
Paul
to your
through
point there,
first.
Matt,
Game
about
on.
5 days on the stage. Is it one of those ones where if you're playing well, you don't mind, but when things aren't going your way, then it takes its toll?
Oh, it's exhausting. It's tiring.
140.
No one likes losing. And here the games are so quick and sharp, and you're
140.
straight back on there again. It can be a very unenjoyable week if you're not picking up the results.
60.
Why do you think I won't play a full week anymore, Phil?
Because they haven't invited you?
97.
I don't want to be up there getting a whooping for 5 days. I can take 2. I can manage 2 days of it.
140.
To be fair, we must be due the Matthew Edgar bow back on that stage soon.
About
58.
September, I'll say.
Polestar
About September.
161.
Anyone think you're prepping for something?
Wow.
93.
Spoiler. I'm actually going to win that week as well.
Big fan of the confidence, like it.
You haven't heard me say that for a while, have you?
122.
Paul Lewis, 68
Polestar
points
68.
to double the lead.
$64.
Good effort there on the double
car,
fall, but
84.
no reward. And Raman will get an opportunity here. Doubles was not his friend in the opening game.
59. Paul car
Did lose
4.
4-3 in that game to Terry Nash.
Game shot on the second
He
leg.
may
Paul
be
Lewis.
about to lose to Paul Lewis. When he did lose to Terry Nash, it wasn't the Terry Nash we just saw against
Third leg
Daniel
Rangers with
Stevenson.
first. Game on.
The difference between Terry Nash in the opening and the second game, 26 points.
100.
Right now, Paul Lewis is just rolling with it. Leads 2-0.
40.
You let me down there, Phil. I thought you was going to say he just needs to take his time.
59.
Just enjoying the moment. He's obviously in a champagne supernova in the sky up there.
Here they come for the man
60.
in the Oasis tribute band, Paul Lewis.
98.
Much better leg from Raman. Again, I still don't like the pace in his game at the moment, or the lack of it.
94.
Seems to get it a little bit more when he starts leaning towards the side of frustration, but at that point you feel like it's because it's boiling over rather than being a bit of a conscious effort.
70. 38.
He will return.
59. Browner car 32. Getting shot on the third leg, Brian Raman.
Raman has a leg on the board, but it was only a holder throw.
Fourth leg, Paul to throw first. Game on.
Lewis has the darts here to go within one.
100. 90. 60. 58.
Just waiting for one of these two to kick into life. Maybe one of them will go supersonic.
100.
Just needs to keep finding that one treble of visit. Paul Lewis
44.
to keep hold of the advantage. And then he slipped like that for a man. Just take the pressure off Lewis and allow him time that he's going to get at the back end of the leg on the doubles, which yesterday felt like he needed them. The early part, just hitting 2 darts from 40. Did tighten that up as the day went on and
Paul car
wasn't too bad in the opener today.
He's just going to set up this 1-4-6.
96.
And there's nothing Brian Raman can do about it. Now, if this was Brian Raman sat on 50, I'd expect him to go for it.
40.
However, I don't
50.
expect Paul Lewis to go direct for it.
18. Browner car 110.
Missed the big number and has caused himself a problem, but gets away with it.
90. Paul car 32.
Put himself a leg away from his second win of the day. Nice clean finish, builds the confidence. And it could be another sizable win here for Paul Lewis, who beat Neil Duff by 4 legs to 0. He's now 3-1 up. Takes a deep breath, getting ready for battle
85.
to try and get over the line.
Just see the frustration in Raman
100.
again. We touched on yesterday, former WDF #1, former tour card holder. He's had surgery, but at times this is half the world away from where he was.
100. 100. 47.
Raman, with time on his side, something we haven't said too often in recent times.
60.
But again, just really aggressively shaking that arm afterwards. Maybe just struggling with a little bit of feeling in the arm of the dart in the hand. This is a lot of darts
41.
in a week for somebody who is on the road to
116.
recovery.
55.
Although the 116 doesn't go, that should have been left
99.
Big
Brandon
number.
Carr, 61.
to double combination. Although he's hit the 25, it's a smaller target. He's done well, but it should have been better.
Raman.
Yeah, I get your point. 25, it's an awkward one because you're surrounded by misses. You come inside, you miss. You go outside, you miss. You've just got to try and hit something in the middle.
Game on.
And he did. He managed to get it. Big check out there for Brian Raman. Makes Paul Lewis go
100.
all the way back to 501 again, but he's got the throw. And again, he's just going to think treble a throw. Get as close to that 15 darter as possible. Try and force the issue for Brian
79.
Raman. Make him chase the 12.
$100.
All going textbook at the minute for Paul Lewis.
Just tunning his way down to a finish.
121. $100.
This with boxing, these are what we'd call jabs. Just jabbing away.
97.
And not jabbing into gloves. Landing jabs.
Yeah. Chris jab that pops the head back every time.
100.
If Rory 101 goes,
Modus 101.
this is better than a 9.
Well, a 5-ton leg is very, very rare.
69.
Surprisingly, you'd think it'd happen a lot more often, but you feel this for a man. He's hit. Or game over time. Needs 2 trebles. Doesn't find it. Paul Lewis to double up today.
78.
And to move him on
32.
to another 2 points.
Is that awkward? One more at double 8. He knows the importance of this. Can't
16.
find it.
Raman
Raman comes back
82.
for 82. And to send us to a decider. 17 and tops. And he
42.
can't find the target either.
Modus 16.
Second chance for Lewis.
Game shot in the match following.
And Paul Lewis seals a 4-2 win over Brian Raman. Good stuff from him. 2 from 2 for the day. He still has an outside chance of making the top 2. But coming up after the break, it is going to be a heavyweight clash for Group C. Anthony Allen in second takes on Neil Duff in third. One of them will go outright second.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Lounge.
They've both got the talent where they can just reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you
Lebanon.
saying about efficiency?
Game shot on the third leg. Reece
Is that
Robinson.
the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so.
Andreas
Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Lebanowski. Game shot.
Oh, Smith, is it
Darius
a
Lebanowski.
9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot. On the
Oh,
mark.
he gets the job
Andreas
done
Harrison.
in the end. He's nodding in total
Game shot on the
agreement
second
because
leg. Game shot on the fourth leg.
Just
Darius
like that.
Lebanowski.
only needs the one. There you can see.
So that she can unlock at any moment. But that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him. And is. It was a great guide.
Game shot on the first leg. Andreas
It's a
Harrison.
break throw for Andres Harrison.
Game shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
consecutive breaker throw. Double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back, everyone. The final round of fixtures in stage 2, and it is a huge contest. Neil Duff against Anthony Allen. They're both locked on 8 points. Both suffered defeats in their opening round of games. One of them will pull clear. The other one will have a mountain to climb.
Well, 24 hours ago when these two took to the Super Series stage, Anthony Allen rose his game massively. It was by far the best performance we've seen from him from any other match. In fact, he rose his average when he took on Neil Duff
60.
by 12 points from that we saw of any other game. And that was due to the respect that he gave Neil Duff. But Neil Duff
60.
didn't start well today. It was a slow start, a 4-0 defeat. Didn't hit a double in 13 darts, and there was a long way off at times. And with that, we've seen
100.
an equipment change.
A complete equipment change as well. It's not just a barrel it's the whole thing. We've got new barrels, new flight and stem. It's
81.
a complete change from what we've seen all week from Neil Duff.
And that's the danger sometimes when you're sort of between sets, like he clearly is. He's been playing with the Joe
60.
Cullen darts for a long period of time, and he's got a good relationship and trust within that barrel and tungsten. And these are the new Neil Duff darts that he's been working on, and making that
100.
transfer to the darts. You've got to commit to it. You've got to say, I'm going to take these darts and only these darts. Maybe take 2
60.
sets of the same type, but you don't bring the other set of darts because the temptation's always there. If someone doesn't go right, go, well, I feel comfortable with them. I need those darts. I've won with those darts before.
100.
And you've got that danger of just bouncing between sets. And we've seen this switch throughout the week for Neil Duff quite a few times.
140. Neil Cowden 60. $55. Anthony Carr 81.
So 81 for Allen for a hold. It's going to be 2 at double 12.
57.
Gives Neil Duff a glimmer here. 105 for a break. Tops.
65. Anthony Carr 24. Getting shot on the first
Anthony
leg.
Allen holds in leg 1. Both had an opportunity in the opener.
Nailed it through first. Game on.
Another interesting one there that neither have any spares on the table. It's what you've got. Nothing there apart from the water glasses and towels.
140.
I don't quite understand it, to be honest. So, if you're looking for me to sort of
100.
come up with a counter argument, I'm not sure I can.
In the situation that one of them broke equipment during this game, what's the protocol? Are they allowed to go back to the back room to get spares or change?
Well, we've seen
60.
what happens with Callum Ridds, didn't we, on the Pro Tour with the PDC? He had to play with 2 darts. He nearly won the leg.
I think that's because he didn't physically have another, where if one of these had spares in the back, would they be allowed to go and get it?
See, I'm not familiar at the moment with
30.
the players' contract for what the players have here at the Super Series, but I believe it's a lot down to discretion. officially you shouldn't be allowed
100.
to. But we have seen situations. Remember Simon Whitlock recently needing to leave the stage to go to the toilet when he was playing Damon Hetter at the Players' Championship Finals recently in
45.
Minehead.
Anthony Carr, 101.
Referee and Damon Hetter agreed with it, and it was allowed. And I think that's the thing. A lot of time it is down to sort of discretion,
69.
which for me is one of the issues with a lot of the rules regarding around darts, in the fact that there is no black and white, this is what happens. A lot of the time it is down to interpretation, which means depending on what referee you get,
Anthony Carr,
you may get a
32.
different answer.
$26. Neil Carr, 81.
How big could these misses be? Neil Duff is a million miles off it at the moment. But Anthony Allen will get another
31.
opportunity.
Anthony Carr, 6.
How awkward is that?
2. Neil Carr, 50.
Neil Duff just constantly missing big numbers at the moment.
10.
And always low.
Anthony Carr, 4.
This is just edgy. That's awkward.
This will be a Houdini dart.
Look how far across he's had to go.
Getting
Oh,
shot
wow.
On the second leg.
That is the
Anthony
best
Allen.
dart he has ever thrown on the Super Series stage. Mark my words. That is an incredible
Third leg,
dart.
Anthony to throw first. Game on.
I think Neil Duff just wanted to check it himself.
Yeah, both players a million miles away from their best at the
44.
moment.
I mean, when we talk about discretionary rules, I think there's the new rule, isn't there, which is probably the most one that's open to interpretation, which is the one regarding points, where the rule is basically down to if there is damage to the fascia of the board, which
30.
is all down to interpretation of the people involved with the situation. There's no, this is definitely it. It's all down to the
84.
aggressiveness of the points, and that makes it tricky, because actually, if I was using a slightly aggressive point and it was ruining the board to the point that said, well, you can't use it, I said, no, the board's soft. You need to change the board. Because if the board wasn't soft, I wouldn't be pulling out the sisal. So, and then how many boards do you go through until they say, actually, no, it's
85.
you that's the problem?
It'd be interesting because, say the official said to you in that situation, no, Matt, I don't think the board is soft. I think
100.
it's your darts. You're not using them. Then what do you do?
Well, that's where the debate lies, isn't it? Because there's no definitive black and white rule to guide you through that
135.
situation. Because I'd say, look, I've been on the practice boards, been no problems with them. It's this board.
Also, what would happen
100.
if a referee said you can't use those darts and you haven't got another set?
I suppose you'd have to forfeit the game, wouldn't you?
135.
See my point? do you know another rule that there's not in darts? There isn't a rule that dictates the size of what a treble should be.
137. Neil Carr, 116.
Neil Duff to get himself up and running. Oh, he's missed the big number again. This could boil over. The frustration is just going to continue to grow for Neil Duff. He's yet to win a leg today. He lost 4-0 to Paul Lewis, and he might be about to go 3-0 down
84.
here to Anthony Allen.
Anthony Carr, 36. $18. Neil Carr, 32.
For a break back, somehow, can Neil Duff find double 16?
Getting shot on the third leg.
He
Neil Duff.
can. And that is a show to Anthony Allen. That is pure
Fourth leg, Neil to throw first.
for his
Game
opponent there. He knows he's not played well. That's not a celebration of happiness. That's a celebration to show to your opponent, you've messed this up. You've let me back in.
60.
That and the fact that he's not one of these people that just mopes around, and I like that. I do. It's a good characteristic
41.
to have. You started that leg with the ambition of trying to win it. And you won it. Be happy. You've done what you set out to do. You didn't start that leg to go, I want to top my average up, or I want to play a good leg. You want to win it. And he did. And look what it's done in regards to the change of the demeanour of this match.
140.
As you called it yesterday, we call it housery.
57. $83.
Although Anthony Allen is leading this game, he's not playing well. He's punished poor mistakes from Neil Duff early in this game. You just feel that if either player could put 5% on this, they'd run away with it from here.
47. Near the car,
Anthony Allen's
64.
had plenty of opportunities to do that. 16 darts at the double and only been able to convert 2. Is this an intentional plan? It must be.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Neil Duff. 5th leg, Anthony.
Answers on a postcard.
Game on.
If anyone could see Matthew Edgar sat beside me right now, it's not often I say this, but prime time is lost for words.
I was just trying to figure it out as if, like,
140.
was that an intentional plan? 'Cause I've never seen it before, and it must have been, because that wasn't a dart, like, going for single 16. Like, yeah, that
60.
baffling. But at the same aspect, why not? Because you do it with tops. You see people do it with 72. Why not do it on
55.
the 16s? It's just because people haven't traditionally done that.
The other one, it seems that Neil has abandoned his beloved tops and moved to that area of the board.
140.
I'm not surprised. We've noticed he's pulling the darts low. I'm sure he has as well. Not surprised to see him come away, as Anthony Allen should have
100.
came away with dart number 2 there and gone down to the 19s. This is something we noted yesterday with Anthony Allen, where we just said maybe this is why he hasn't took that next step in his career as of yet,
83.
to get that separation from playing things such as county systems and being out there on the WF tour to being
100.
a serial winner or being an international player. And it's just cost you a visit. Cost you a visit to the board, which average-wise could be up to 10 points.
180.
Neil Duff is just moving through the gears here. Leg 3 has been the catalyst for change.
44.
And to think,
Neil
Anthony Allen had darts,
38.
3 darts in hand, to be 3-0 up not too long ago.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Neil Duff.
You know Anthony Allen better than I do. If he
6th leg, Neil
loses this
Duff
game,
first. Game on.
can he recover? Because mentally, this will torture him, won't it?
He has to. Has to find that within himself, and you never really know how you're going to handle that situation until you're in it.
Neil Duff has put 20 points on his average in a
60.
couple of legs.
The back end of the game significantly better than the start for the Duff man, who is absolutely motoring now
100.
towards the finishing line.
Do we see these darts in his
98.
next game? Or does he revert back?
Oh, he'll stick with them now. He'll stick. He's seen enough encouragement here.
100.
Certainly within the result, if he's able to convert the 1-2-1, he's going to have 6 starts guaranteed. Could
45.
be an
Neil the
awful
car,
lot more.
121.
So 1-2-1. 96. Treble 20. Double 18. Now needs to tidy it up.
47. $95. Neil the car, 74.
74 for Duff. 20 and tops. Tops.
54.
We'll be back though, Matt.
He will. Time on his side to get himself into a
100.
qualifying
Neil the
position
car, 20.
for tomorrow night.
From 2-0 down for 4 legs
Game,
on
shot,
the spin,
and a match,
4-0 Duff. It was a huge contest for both. Anthony Allen missed darts for 3-0. And then from there, Neil Duff went through the gears. 3 180s, put 20 points on his average, and he moves into second place. Lots of work for Anthony Allen to do. But coming up after the break, Paul Lewis looking to make it 3 on the spin.
Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's 100 quid down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first out from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scaife. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final.
Go!
And through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out of the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out, that's what he is, Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And
there
he's
in the end.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that pie face dominated throughout.
And welcome back, everyone, as we take a break from the top of the table right now and concentrate on this tungsten tussle. Paul Lewis has played some good stuff today, but so has Daniel Stevenson. Looking forward to this one, and there we can see Neil Duff moved into second place in the table, coming from 2 down to beat Anthony Allen. And you just feel that this is a pivotal moment, this round of fixtures. And I look at the one, not this game, the next one, Terry Nash against Anthony Allen. If Nash wins that, you feel it could be done because he moves so far clear, and Allen then has a mountain to climb as well.
He does, but draw your attention to position number 4 there, Paul Lewis on 6 points. He's picked 4 of those up today. He's got back-to-back victories, and you say we're going to move away from the top of the table, but we may be discussing a potential dark horse to crash the party in Paul Lewis if he is able to get over the line here. Win a victory over Daniel Stevenson. He will also have the advantage of throw. But Daniel Stevenson, we saw such an improved level of performance from in his last game when he's taken on Terry Nash, an average of nearly 93. But can he keep that going? Can he sustain that? Can he stop the charge that we've got so far today from Paul Lewis? Back-to-back victories.
First leg Paul to throw first. Game on.
And that included a 4-0 victory over Neil Duff, who we've just seen go into a qualifying position. And also a 4-2 victory over Brian Raman.
125. $60.
When does Paul Lewis start to think, I can get involved in this title race?
About
42.
3 minutes ago when Paul Hink said game on. I think he'll feel he's in it now.
60.
He's got to feel he's in it now. He's got to feel like he's got a chance. He's got to go back into the back room and tell people he's going to do it. He's already beat one of the players up there in that battle already, in Neil Duff. Take a look ahead. He'll play game 10. He'll take on Terry Nash, who's currently top of the table. He'll be surrendering the darts.
140.
And in game number 14, he'll be taking on Anthony Allen. And by that point, he'll know pretty much what the state of play is.
55.
Neil Duff will be taking on Terry Nash the game before. So I don't put him completely out of this.
No score. Paul the car 126.
Unfortunate. Oh, he's chased the treble there. Had to make sure of the big number. That's a mistake.
90. Daniel the car 60.
Two tens for a breaker throw.
50. Paul the car 36.
Paul Lewis gets an opportunity. Finds it.
On the first leg.
I'll go
Paul
back to the
Lewis.
126 though, Matt. You have to make sure of the big number in that situation.
Second leg,
He
Daniel
chased the second
first.
treble.
Game on.
Could have paid for it. Yes, he's gotten away with it. But again, just little mistakes he's making.
60. $140.
Just starting to motor again.
81.
We've seen in his previous games, Lewis, that once he gets that scoring phase going, it's hard to stop.
36. $55. $40. $100.
It's been a big 180 hitter as Paul Lewis, and he'd love one right about now.
60.
That's a bit fortunate there, because that one's sort of been held in by the flights and by the stem rather than by the point.
Yeah, the dart just clips the rigid
126.
setup on the way through, but just nestles between them.
55. Daniel car 79.
Missed the big number.
71. Paul the car 170.
Recovered the situation unless Lewis can't find
60.
the fish.
Daniel car 8.
So Stevenson comes back to level us up. Double four for a level game. Twos. Can he move to the side? He can.
Game shot
It's
on
a
the second
fabulous
leg.
third
Daniel
dart.
Stevenson.
And we're level at one apiece.
Third leg Paul the through first. Game on. $81. $93. 140.
Things warming up in this Group C battle.
45.
We've had 2 complete rounds of fixtures so far.
100.
And looking through the results, standout player of the day so far, Phil? I think it's
140.
hard to pinpoint it after 2 laps.
Yeah, I think that there's been a lot of ups and downs from all the players.
130.
I don't think anyone's really shone. We've had the eye-catching performance from Nash, which will get the headlines. But he was slow out the blocks in his first
39.
game.
Down in the car, 32. Getting shot on the third leg, Daniel Stevenson.
Maybe in regards to the improvement that we've seen from Daniel
like Daniel
Stevenson
is
from day 1 to day
first.
2, maybe. Could be Daniel.
Yeah, he's looked more at ease on that stage today. With darts like that, is he about to end the Paul Lewis resurgence?
80.
Oh, that fired out the ball. We may need to get Paul Hinks some cricket pads.
$59. $41. $41.
All of a sudden,
60.
Paul Lewis is staring at a 3-1 deficit. If Stevenson can tidy up this
100.
2-2-1, and that's a fabulous last start to leave 1-2-1.
140. Daniel Carr, 121.
No finish left there for Paul Lewis. He's done the hard work today. He's got himself into the conversation of players
81.
who could be qualifying, and then he may just be as quick getting himself out of that conversation here. Daniel Stevenson could end all of his
80.
hopes.
Daniel Carr, 40. Getting shot on the fourth leg, Daniel Stevenson.
He's looked at real ease with himself today. Really impressed. The defeat came against an inspired Nash, where he played his part in that game as well. You take a lot from today.
97. $60.
I'm saying Paul Lewis showing grit, determination and character, digging deep to get himself into contention. He's going to have to do it
60.
in this match. He's going to have to do it again. He knew the task at hand when he came in the room this morning. It was 5 from 5. And crossed the fingers.
60.
Lewis has just lost the range on the treble. Can't find it.
60. $41.
Got to move left and throw high, and
shot on
does.
the
Finds the
match,
top of the bed.
Stevenson.
Daniel Stevenson picks up his second victory of the day, his third of the week. The 16-year-old is up and running with an improved level of performance here today at the Super Series. For Paul Lewis, he was playing himself into contention, back-to-back wins at the start of the day, but that defeat is going to pretty much eliminate his hopes of qualification. Terry Nash, top of the table, takes on Anthony Allen, coming up next.
Daniel Stevenson moved himself up into 4th place in Group C with a victory over Paul Lewis last time out. But now we focus on the top of the table once again. Terry Nash can put himself in a golden opportunity, and you feel, Matt, that this is a must-win for Anthony Allen after the sequence of results he's had at the start of today.
Absolutely unquestionable must-win game.
45.
Because if he is to lose this, he's going to be 2 points away from a qualifying position, and Neil Duff will have a game in hand. And that game will be up against Brian Raman, the man who's been struggling
100.
towards the bottom end of the table to find any form for the entire week. For Terry Nash,
46.
we've also got that little question mark over the finishing line. Not in regards to individual games, but now in regards to doing something he's not done as of yet, and that is
60.
getting through this group and booking a place on Saturday night, potentially as the group winner.
$95. 100.
What a performance that was from Terry Nash in the last game. 103.54, significantly better than anything we've seen
60.
from the majority of the group throughout this entire campaign.
93.
Anthony Allen been around a long time on the same sort of scenes as Terry Nash, who we mentioned earlier. Anthony Allen first debuted for Warwickshire County Darts in 2011. Terry Nash debuting a few years later.
100.
I do wonder if they've ever crossed paths. Well, we'll be able to check that using the Warwickshire Darts database. So, Phil, I'll be back with you in about 3 minutes.
48.
Well, whilst you're doing that, we're looking at Anthony Allen potentially breaking through in the opener. And he does.
Anthony Allen.
Pins double 16 at the second time of asking.
Second leg, Anthony to throw first.
Nash is broken.
Game on.
Is there going to be another twist in the tail? Are we seeing Group C being bunched up once
100.
again?
Well, they've not
68.
clashed head to head, but one of the things that's very, very good about the database is you're able to search not just players that have played for Warwickshire, but players that have played
60.
against them.
$100. 60.
Just feel that Nash needs to inject a little bit more pace into his game, like against Stevenson, because we saw him at his best,
180.
threatening the break back.
Well, according to this extensive database,
95.
I've just searched all the
Terry
Terrys,
O'Connor,
and I can't find a Terry
153.
Nash, so never gone up against the county of Warwickshire.
99.
Nash leaves 54 after 12
85. Terry O'Connor, 54.
for instant break back.
Game shot on
Tops
the
his
second
pin.
leg. Terry
Nash levels up at 1 apiece. Anthony Allen will
Another
be
Kelly to
disappointed he
first.
surrendered
Game
the
on.
throw at the first opportunity.
$100.
What's the best result here for Neil Duff?
100.
He'll probably hope that Anthony Allen doesn't win a game for the rest of the day.
140.
He'll be more than happy because he'll just be wanting to get through to Saturday. He won't be too bothered about, do I win the group, do I not? Yes, you get a bigger paycheck, but
100.
the first priority is getting through to Saturday night.
97.
And Neil wins this, he'll join Neil Duff
100.
on the same
Terry Carr,
points.
164.
That's not what you want. You don't want the drama. You don't want the scoreboard pressure. You just want to get on with the task at hand.
98.
It looks like Terry Nash could be doing Neil Duff the favour here. Leaves himself 66 after 12. A good solid leg. That is just 40. And the Allen's darts do sit up a little bit in the board, so it can just sort of
59.
misrepresent on the eye
66.
where the point may be at times. But you'll feel he's got time here, and he does opt to start on the bullseye. '18s was not the target there, which means he's no longer on a finish.
46.
He's made a right mess of that
Anthony Carr,
66.
142.
Oh, absolutely. This would hurt. Not going to. Good effort there from Anthony Allen. But ultimately,
90.
it may all be
Terry
in
Carr,
vain.
20.
Double 10 for Nash. Oh, that could be tricky. The dart has kicked across. Oh, that's a good
Green
dart. We've
shot on
seen
the
some of
third
those
leg,
today,
Terry
haven't we?
Nash.
We saw one of them earlier on. Anthony Allen did the
Looks
same.
like Anthony to throw first. Game on.
Probably even saw that dart. He's saying, you did it earlier, pal, so it's about fair.
Yeah. I can bend it like Beckham as well.
Anthony Allen went to
85.
Bournemouth, didn't he, to throw that double two.
$26.
But this is what I mean with Terry Nash. Every time he's getting his nose in front to get the job done,
85.
just that wayward visit, maybe experiencing something that he wants to sort of move on and achieve, get himself into that Saturday
100.
night, and with that just becomes that little bit of anticipation, a little bit of nerves, a little bit of anxiety. When you're
40.
so close like Terry Nash is.
$43.
Victory here would move him on to 14. And that'd be it. He'd be in.
100.
Yeah, and it's interesting that Allen's pace
60.
isn't suiting Nash here at all. It was almost the prime pace of him and Stevenson gelled together, where this is just not. It's
57.
the old cliche of one of them can't get going because of the other one.
And it makes you think. You think you get caught up in the game. Then you start
45.
processing.
Anthony Carr, 134.
Just a little bit more time away from the hockey. You want to be straight back onto the hockey. You want to be straight back into playing the game.
40.
But that, there's a little bit of an opening there, and Anthony Allen knows what he's just done there. He knows it's a slip. He knows what Terry Nash is capable of.
139. Anthony Carr, 94. Game shot on the fourth leg. Anthony
He
Allen.
needed that, but I don't like the negativity there. It's a
Looks like
fabulous
Terry to throw
finish.
first. Game
Celebrate that moment. Don't let the negativity dwell in your head. Think of the positives in that situation.
Yep, I can't agree more. That isn't playing the
43.
shot you've just played. It's playing the shot before the one you just played.
60.
It was the disappointment. That's where it just lags over. It carries over into the next leg. Absolute perfect call there, Phil. Gerwin Price, a prime example of that.
57.
Especially prime Gerwin Price. He could win in 30 darts and he'd celebrate it the same as a 9 at times. Because ultimately, he did what he wanted to do. He won the leg.
140. $95.
Allen is carving an opportunity here.
45.
Well, until then.
$84. 60.
You just feel that this game is here for Allen if he just believes a little bit more. That Nash isn't at the
78.
levels that we saw last time out.
Well, the 140 here would be huge. It's that
85.
wayward dart. That's why he's getting frustrated.
144.
That's why the head shaking's there. It's just forcing him to hit extra trebles.
38. Anthony Carr 111.
So, for a break and keep his hopes alive, it's not going to go. So Nash will return
48.
for his own ton topper.
106. $70. Anthony Carr 63.
Yeah, not sure on that one, Matt, to be fair.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Anthony Allen.
Well, that, in the context of not just this game, in the
Six leg Anthony
context
to
of the
throw
group,
first.
has just blown things wide open. Anthony Allen has just broken the throw of Terry Nash, the man top of the table, which means in the live in-play table, Anthony Allen is now going to be joint
44.
on points with Neil Duff in a qualifying position. Only leg difference separating the two. In fact, goes
60.
even deeper at this live in-play table stage. It's legs one that put Anthony Allen into a qualifying position.
140.
You'll see there, column one. That's the most important one at the moment, though. Neil Duff only played 7. That is coming
60.
up next. He'll take on Brian Raman. That's his game in hand. They are the 3 that opened up proceedings as the 3 that we thought was going to be focusing on today.
59.
And with just a couple of laps of fixtures to go, we may still have 3 players in the chase.
140.
But for Anthony Allen to be in that position, he needs to get the job done. He needs to confirm the points. And I don't know why
48.
he switched there. 1 treble 19 would have left no finish. He was switching, looking for perfection. And again,
60.
we're talking about the counting and the board management of Anthony Allen, and I'm convinced that is one of the reasons that sort of held him back from taking that next step.
140.
Because when you go up a level, if he gets into a Saturday night, you're not going to get away with that against the likes of a Jim McEwen or a Scott
90.
Taylor.
Anthony Carr 70.
No, they will be punished. But now, should get match darts. It may only be one at the ball. Only the ball.
35. Anthony Carr 91. Game shot on the sixth leg. Terry
Huge
Nash.
moment, and Terry Nash knows it. He doesn't celebrate too often.
Seventh and
But
final
in
leg,
that-
Terry to throw first.
Oh, Anthony Allen wanted no piece of that fist pump whatsoever. He knows he's missed a golden opportunity to get this done.
135.
How good is Terry Nash in a last leg shootout? He just picks up the pace, throws with so much aggression and
58.
purpose, and keeps finding those 2 treble scores.
45.
We're talking about the range, though, at the moment. The range in Terry Nash's game is too big. We've seen the eye-catching
46.
103s, but it's 79 here. That range needs to shrink.
82.
We touched on it earlier, the demeanour on stage, and Anthony Allen looks a broken man right now.
95. $83.
It's got to hit big. It's got to be clever. Got to be smart.
100. Terry Carr
He
156.
needs mistakes from Terry Nash, who's got 6 starts to get the job done and put himself through.
100.
Leaves 56 on his return. All Anthony Allen can now do is apply pressure and hope.
100. Terry Car 56.
2 at tops to win it. 10s. Can't find
36.
it. Allen lives
Anthony
again.
Carr,
All you ever
102.
want is a chance. And Anthony Allen has got the chance. He needs a treble. Oh, he opted for the smallest target on the board. Gone wayward.
49.
And it could be Nash through
Terry Car 20.
with a double 10.
This could get tricky. For that reason,
No score. Anthony Car
It's the
53.
circumstances, it's the pressure, it's the scenario. It could be game on.
surely that's a great guide.
13.
And he can't use it. And
Terry
he
Car
knows.
20.
That says it all. Head in his hands. He knows it could be over.
Wayward again. Terry Nash, double 7. One more chance, one more opportunity. He's moved right over to the right-hand side of the hockey. And
Game
wow,
time in the match, Terry Nash.
another big dart for Terry Nash. The disappointment clear to see for Anthony Allen. He had a couple of match darts there to keep himself well and truly in the race. But that victory for Terry Nash isn't just a win for him, it's a win for Neil Duff as well, because it keeps Anthony Allen outside of the top 2 positions. And Neil Duff is a player we're going to see coming up next. He's going to be taking on Brian Raman. Hang on a minute.
Wow! Oh my God! Well, that's £100 down the drain already.
Itching to hit the 180.
He's gone for the maximum.
18 for the bull. Bull.
53.
No, he said bull. That's a great first start from Adam. Oh, look at this. He's going to leave Scape. Oh, can you believe it? That is unbelievable.
Get match darts to put his team into the final.
And
through to the final they go. Charlie Murphy has hit the match-winning dart on both occasions. Double 4 for the title.
Game shot out the match. Please show your appreciation for the winner of the Influencer Pairs event, George Scaife and Adam Lipscomb.
He seems to be out. That's what he is. Charlie Murphy. A couple more visits yet. We're not going to need that.
Bosh.
Pie face is through. He gets
And he's
there.
absolutely buzzing.
It was a game that pie face dominated throughout.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Modus Super Series. And there it is, Neil Duff on your screen, who has taken a giant step towards finals night without playing, thanks to Terry Nash beating Anthony Allen. A win here for Duff would put him 4 points clear of third. He is almost there, Matt. Almost.
Let's take Neil to through first.
Well, if he wins this game, it's pretty much done, isn't it? And the top 2 would be Terry Nash and Neil Duff. Anthony Allen probably walked off stage and give a big high five to Brian Raman as he was going in. Probably tag team partnering him into action.
48.
For Raman, it's just not been happening, has it? He's actually lost his last 6 matches so far, so the
57.
Anthony Allen hopes of qualification are looking a little bit slim. One thing we do know, though, Brian Raman has that game in him. He can come out at any moment, any point. But if it doesn't come out, Neil Duff will be
85.
most likely booking himself in there with Terry Nash and Jim McEwen. Starting to fill up, isn't it? The 6 places on Saturday night will complete the lineup tonight when we go back to Group B action at 10 o'clock.
Remember,
47.
everyone, we are opening the doors early here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, so you can enjoy the football first. The darts will start a little bit later than
97.
normal, so you can enjoy both darts and football. What a perfect combination. There are still tickets available if you want to be here for what is a fabulous lineup. All you need to do is scan that QR code on your screens right now, or if you're not tech-minded, dartshop.tv is the destination. Just a £2 booking fee will get you here.
$49. Ronacar 100.
I was half expecting ball there.
Maybe a bit later in the day, I think we may see that.
44.
I think he knows, and one of the things that the players
63.
pride themselves on is the integrity. And he knows he's playing a player here that's still very important in regards to the destination of the players that qualify through this
47.
group. So
Ronacar
playing it with the
56.
respect that it deserves and showing Anthony Allen and Neil Duff and the tournament its full respect. So full credit there to
46.
Brian Raman.
Ronacar 16.
For a hold. It's not been comfortable. Only one more at 2s. That smirk from Neil Duff
14.
says it all.
Ronacar 10.
He's fighting his own emotions right now.
Yeah, Neil Duff's playing
Being
Neil
shot on the
Duff,
first
isn't he?
leg,
And
Brian Raman.
there's evidence of that throughout the day. The darts pulling low, the change of
Second leg, Brian
equipment.
to
There's
through first,
so much
game on.
evidence there to see that Neil Duff, biggest opponent right now, is Neil Duff.
72. $140.
So we've had a leg and a bit of the equipment change from Neil Duff. And I actually think this version of the
100.
dart he's throwing sits straighter and more upright than the other ones. Maybe not massively, but just enough. Do you know what I mean? I think the other ones
100.
kick more.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at the actual shape of the barrel, the
44.
design, it looks like it's based on it but dressed differently. And, you know, when you do dress a dart differently, you're essentially taking little bits of material out of different places,
81.
which means you've then got to look at the drill depth of the barrel itself so that you can maybe get that balance point the same. If the drill depth's not been considered but the dress of the dart has, where
95.
you're taking little bits of tungsten out, it's just going to change very, very slightly in regards to the balancing of the dart through the air. So yeah, you could get very
140.
small deviations in regard to how it lands in the board.
100. Neil Car 40.
But to break straight back, Duff on tops.
Getting shot on the
Pins
second
double
leg.
10.
Neil Duff.
Neil Duff has levelled this tie up.
Third leg Neil to through first. Game on.
It's a very
85.
popular dart, the dart with the scallop in all of a sudden. It's found a resurgence in the last 18 months, mainly thanks to Joe Cullen for bringing it out.
140.
It does. It gives you a reference point and sort of a grip point where you don't have to look at the dart in your hand. You can just feel So you grip it in the same place on all occasions. The one thing it does do, though, it changes it aerodynamically through the air, and also it's where that scallop is on the dart, because a lot of people
91.
sort of grip the dart towards the back of the barrel, but the thing you've got to remember there is when you start cutting into material, you're getting closer to the thread, which is a weak point of the dart, and that's why you may see now a lot of darts starting to break, because you're actually making the dart very thin, and you ruin the integrity of the dart. So if you are playing in pubs or clubs that have like tiled floors or hard floors, which is the way a lot of them are going now, because you don't want the maintenance of a fluffy carpet, because you've got to have the deep cleans all the time. So they're like these easy wipe surfaces. That's just where the scallop can be a bit of a danger if you get too close to the
95.
threading, because there's just not enough stability around it.
Same principle with points. When you start taking bits out of points and changing them.
100. The other car,
Absolutely.
156.
Building a weak point.
Double 18.
138.
We saw him do it
Round the car,
yesterday.
130.
Can't manage it this time. But Raman can find another break here. Needs a treble for the ball. And it's not going to go, so Duff will return.
65. Neil the car, 18. Game shot on the third leg, Neil Duff.
So we've seen a game and a
Ball
bit
leg Brian
of
Duff
these
first.
darts.
Game on.
Do you think he was right to change, and does he look more settled with these?
If this is what he's going to use moving forward,
58.
he should change to it now and not look back. He shouldn't be even bringing the Joe Cullen darts, because, like I said before, it's going to just give you that element of doubt where you go,
55.
it's not working for me, I'll go back to Old Faithful. And if ultimately, with what's coming ahead, the World Masters coming up in a couple of months' time, Lakeside coming up, not too
99.
far away now, we're only about 4 months or so away from that event, that need to start getting some trust
121.
in the equipment, and there's no better place than the Super Series, playing good quality opposition and multiple times within a day.
85.
Used the guide brilliantly there.
140.
And all of a sudden, he's threatening the Raman throw.
99.
I think that's something he's done much better with these darts, is use them as a
100.
guide.
Round the car, 160.
The Cullen ones, especially yesterday and today, I don't think he used the markers well enough, where these seem to be a lot better.
60. The other car, 85.
Takes his time. He knows the importance of this dart. One more chance.
75.
Can't
Round the
take
car,
it.
100.
Can Raman find a three-figure out? He can't, and it's a group that hasn't had too many three-figure
80.
outs. The
Neil the car,
biggest
10.
one so far coming from Neil Duff, the 156, which he has missed in this game as well.
Game shot on the fourth
That
leg,
one,
Neil Duff.
sizable difference. Just a straight double five, breaks the throw, straight
Fifth leg,
down the
Neil Duff
yockey.
first. Game on.
Brian frustrated at the back, Duff to serve it out.
Yeah, and you knew from the previous visit how important that was.
140.
Neil very rarely breaks his stride. So for him to take a moment just to compose himself, he understood what was needed in that moment.
128. $140.
And let's be fair, the other five, whoever they will be, will not want Neil Duff
47.
involved in Saturday night, because the experience he has here at the Live Lounge, he knows how to get the job done.
140.
Yeah, absolutely. He looks like he knows how to get the job done here. A hat-trick of 140s, nothing Raman can do.
140.
And a possible 11 darter here for Neil Duff to tighten things up in those qualifying places.
41.
Sets it up beautifully. Raman, nothing you can do. Duff tops
100.
to extend the gap
40.
on Anthony Allen.
For 1 foot in the final.
Getting
Neil
someone
Duff
in that field,
seals a 4-1 victory over Brian Raman. The former champion of the world is almost there. He's almost booked his place at the Live Lounge for Saturday night's final. There we see the numbers. 89-39 for Duff. 4 from 14 gets the job done. But coming up after the break, Terry Nash gets the opportunity to seal the title. Well, we've had an action-packed 3 rounds of fixtures and it is almost done and dusted in results in Group C. There we can see it. Neil Duff taking a giant stride there. 4-1 win over Brian Raman. Matt, what have you made of it?
I think I'm with you. I think it's done and dusted in regards to what we've seen in the results and how it's going to link up in regards to the table. The big blow was those mismatched starts from Anthony Allen against Terry Nash. That sealed the deal for Terry Nash, and it gave Neil Duff the opportunity to go up against Brian Raman, who had lost 6 games in a row at that point, to go up and get the job done. Anthony Allen, vital miss. He'll be bitterly disappointed. You could see how he left the stage. He was absolutely despondent. He's put in a good effort here at the Super Series, but it feels like race done.
Yeah, when it all comes down to one match and you give yourself the opportunity and you blow that chance, that feeling, it's hard to get over for the rest of the session, surely.
Especially now when he doesn't feel there's hope. If Neil Duff would have gone up there and lost, he'd have gone, okay, well, I've still got a bit of opportunity here. But Neil Duff put in a commanding 4-1 victory there over Brian Raman, gave him some legs on the board and some more points. Now it's one of those situations which it's almost mission impossible. Anthony Allen won't feel like he can get through this, and is the only player really that can rival that.
It's been a real mixed session for Neil Duff. We've seen a poor performance, which has then brought on an equipment change. We've seen him get better with it, stumbling his way to the final, but he's almost there.
Poor performances are okay. You don't mind a poor performance. No one wants to play bad. It's one of those things, but you do. It's part of the nature of live sport. You're not going to play your best at all times. What was concerning for Neil Duff was the angle of entry of the dart. Dart's like double five. He was close to the treble and the double, and the dart was kicking over point left, flight right. So there was something wrong in the release, certainly early on, and he sorted that out as the day's gone on. Maybe not quite got over it, maybe just a few little demons just floating around in the mind, because you do. It makes you doubt. Is that going to happen again? You get anticipation when you're about to throw the dart. So that will still be there, and that is evident to see. But I think this is maybe more relief for Neil Duff now rather than joy.
At one point, Paul Lewis went supersonic and was threatening the impossible. Played some good stuff today, just come up short, but encouraging signs for him going forward in his career.
Yeah, he's acquitted himself really well here, Paul Lewis. I mean, one of the things Paul Lewis wanted to do when he first came here, I had a chat with him on Monday morning, get to meet the guy, and it was an amazing conversation. He's a very intriguing character, and he said he wants to take darts seriously, he wants to do it properly. He's never tried darts before. He's been in and out of darts. He took it properly in about October of 2023, so we're talking 9 months that he's been playing darts, so he's been practicing, and he's already here on the Super Series stage putting in some decent performances. His goal this week was to get invited back, to come back and have another opportunity. I think he may be in that conversation, so it may be mission achieved.
Terry Nash is a result away from clinching top spot in Group C, chased by Neil Duff. From what we've seen so far, Matt, do you expect Nash to get over the line?
Yeah, I mean, as far as which position he does it in, he'll want to finish top because he'll want the higher prize money. But I still think Neil Duff might pip him to the post in regards to that top position. Either way, they're the two that are going to join Jim McEwen. Not mathematically, but I can't see anything but.
One thing to look forward to is next week as The Apprentice returns.
They got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money. The pressure be calling. Left on my blessings. I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through something. That's why I ain't calling. Phone and progression. It's all that I wanted. The phone and affection. I summon and dub it. Cause they got problems on problems on problems on problems on problems on problems. I solve them. I run through the money. The pressure be calling. Left on my blessings. I feel like I'm falling. The birdie is back. Tell me I'm garbage. I'm going through.
Next week, Mason Whitlock returns here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, and it should be a great week of darts to look forward to. He did enough there to get an invite, but as we look at it, Group A, Lee Cox, David Evans, Robert Thornton and Tommy Lishman and Sebastian Białecki. That's a tough Group A.
Yeah, it's a bit like this week, isn't it, where you feel it may be a bit dominated by the players that are in the Group A. Lee Cox playing well at the moment. He's picked up a Challenge Tour title. He's been playing well on the Pro Tour. David Evans, though, I think the eye draws to him on the evidence of what he's been doing recently. Maybe make him favourite alongside Sebastian Białecki. But I think the winner's going to come from Group A.
Group B, though, there's some interesting ones. David Wazowski in there, who played brilliantly last time he was here, alongside Mason Whitlock. Paul Hogan drops in as well. And David Davis, a man that gets better every time he returns here to the Super Series.
Yeah, good lineup there. Players that are starting to get experience up on the stage. And I think what they'll see there is opportunity, because they're not going to look at those groups and think, ooh, I've got to watch out for that player. That's a tricky campaign. They're in there with players that are very similar. It's a well-levelled off group next week. And I think we're going to get what we've got this week, where we're going to have 3-4 players in a title race.
Well, everyone, Saturday night is approaching, and of course here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, we are going to have the England game and the darts. What a perfect combination. And if you want to be here, you can be.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the dart stars and even the team off the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the Modus Super Series very soon.
And welcome back, everyone. All the information you needed to be here on Saturday night was there, but our focus returns to the race for the title, and Terry Nash can get it done here with a victory. But if he slips up, Neil Duff can still pip him to top spot. What are your thoughts, Matt?
Through first. Game on.
Absolutely. It's still a possibility, and Neil Duff still needs to play Terry
48.
Nash. That game coming up, game number 13, around about 4:30. That could be a top of the table clash.
100. 100.
Does it matter if you finish first or second, or is it just getting there? Is that the important thing, or does it depend on the player?
No, it does matter, absolutely. I mean, it matters more now than ever since the restructuring of the prize fund, where we now have a £25,000 prize fund to the series winner, but also players used to get paid for being here. Now they get paid on where they finish.
44.
So if you finish first, you get paid more than finishing second, which absolutely brilliant adaptation to the Super Series, and also that pride factor as well. Now,
47.
When I played a Group B campaign, I was just like, if I get through, I'm happy. But then once I got through, it's like, no, I want to win the group. Why am I bothered about getting
81.
through? I want to win this group. And then I went and won the group. And that is the difference. We sit here and we say that they're not too bothered, but actually,
65.
when you're in the mode, you're in the battle, of course you are. At no point do you ever go on that stage and think, I'm not too bothered if I win or lose here. You always go on there to win.
41. Terrier car 101.
101 for Nash. Well, that's one way of doing it. Room 101. Were you expecting that, Matthew Edgar?
No one was.
Game on.
The little smirk there from Terry Nash. Yes, you know what you've done.
100.
Has he been having lessons from Brian Raman?
100.
That just... I think it just caught us all off guard, didn't it? Maybe
135.
this is where we're going to see a little bit of flamboyance from Terry Nash. Show us what's in the locker.
140.
He's had a great day, hasn't he, Terry Nash? He's played some superb darts. The only player in this group so far to register an average
99.
over 100. At the 103.54 when he beat Daniel Stevenson around about 2 o'clock this afternoon.
91. Pull the car 167. 129. Terrier car 170.
I was about to say, are we going fishing?
105. Pull the car 38.
That's the danger about
No score. Terrier car
oddly
65.
numbered doubles. Cannot be over aggressive on dart 2. Too accurate. It's an odd choice,
Pull
Matt.
the car 38. Game shot on the second leg. Paul
Yeah,
Lewis.
I've never seen anyone go 177.
Third leg Terry to throw first. Game on.
Is that like going 1-17 on 35?
It's like going 177 on 15. It's just as bad. It's, it's a
121.
very unusual way. Then again, I wouldn't be surprised if you went 1 for
81.
double 7, Phil, because you spend most of the rest of the game hitting it.
I wouldn't hit the big one. There'd be no score. I'd shank it into the 18 or
83.
something.
140. $55. 43.
Yeah, where I'm not very good, I prefer to use the Peter Manley approach.
Which is?
Plenty of dark arts.
88.
I might clink the darts together and rattle flights.
140. Tell your car 154.
Oh, tops.
114. Paul the car 97.
Good effort there from Terry Nash. Paul Lewis really raising his game once again here.
57. Tell your car 40.
It may not be enough. Tops for Nash. Tens.
20.
If there's a weakness in
Paul the
the
car 40.
Terry Nash game, it is that, isn't it? The 3 darts in hand. And that's something on a Saturday night you'd have to tighten up because you're not going to get away with that
30.
against
Tell your car 20.
the top 6 of the week.
Yeah, your finishing is going to have to be on
Getting
point.
shot on the third leg. Terry Nash.
Yes, he's won the leg, but you won't be giving Jim McEwen
Fourth leg Paul through
second
first. Game on.
chances.
$60.
Before a dart was thrown this week, who was your favourite for the week?
I didn't have one. I honestly didn't. And do you know what? After I've seen every single player throw the darts this week, I still
140.
don't have a favourite. I think that's what's going to make Saturday night very exciting and intriguing. You know me, I like to make a prediction. I like
85.
to follow a player throughout the week, and I just don't. I don't know who that's going to be.
81. $100.
Terry Nash is threatening
95.
the break of throw here.
$60. $99.
A win here wouldn't guarantee him top spot.
180. 86.
Already took the ball out once in this game. Make that
Getting shot on the
twice.
fourth leg. Terry Nash.
Combination finishing of the top draw off the top shelf.
Fifth leg Terry to
from
through first.
Terry
Game
Nash,
on.
and he enjoyed that one. Give us sort of the accelerated Alan Shearer celebration.
Yeah, the combination finishing is on point.
57.
As you've alluded to earlier, Matt, it's the ones where he's got 3 in hand and almost is thinking about it, where the combination ones, it's just rhythm
70.
and one after the other. You know where you're going.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe it's something within the processing time when he's
100.
just having to sort of build to that moment.
45. $100. $100.
What would kind of be good for this group if we get to the point where it is Nash against Duff, winner takes
80.
all?
Oh, I'd like that. Absolutely. I mean, we're
45.
discounting that Anthony
Tell
Allen
your
can
car
still get through on leg
164.
difference.
96. 100. To your car 68.
So 68 for Nash to complete victory here. It's going to be one at double 16.
52.
I'm not
For
sure
the car 141.
that dart was intended for a 16.
Well, it's intended for 16 now, virtue of the double 8. This for the match.
To your car 16.
For the man who's already through to Saturday night.
Can he work off of that? Just come inside.
Game shot
right in the top bins. Terry Nash moves to within touching distance of the Group C title. He's not there yet, but he may be. Neil Duff will have to beat Daniel Stevenson and then set up a showdown with Nash in their final round of fixtures. There we have it, 84-92 for Nash, but Neil Duff looking to apply pressure next. And welcome back, everyone. Neil Duff back in action here as he looks to apply pressure on Terry Nash at the top of the table. Both players almost over the line. Terry Nash will be there. Neil Duff, a victory here will seal his place alongside him. But the other man in your picture, Daniel Stevenson, has settled after yesterday and played some fabulous stuff, the young man. Bright, bright future.
That's Chance Saloon, Frankie Allen, who's not even on the stage. He'll be hoping that Daniel Stevenson can pick up the result here and do him a bit of a favour. Neil Duff is to lose this. It keeps Anthony Allen's hopes alive. Neil Duff wins. It's game over. Job done. And we know half of our lineup on Saturday night.
Let's take Daniel to throw first.
Yeah, we have 2 of the 6
Game on.
confirmed for Saturday night. Jim McEwen and Terry Nash. Neil Duff on the verge, but still work to do. And with darts like that, Daniel Stevenson may want to spoil the party.
60. $57.
Just looking at it as well, the leg difference between Duff and Allen isn't that big either. Where a couple of defeats
60.
for Neil Duff, all of a sudden, Anthony Allen's in the mixing pot.
94.
But, Matt, I know all you want is a chance, but the way the fixtures go, Anthony Allen will
55.
know by the time he plays his final fixture
170.
what he has to do if there's still a chance. What's the pressure like going into a game knowing
70.
that you have to win or have to win by a certain scoreline?
I think the scoreline's the real different factor. Going in knowing you have to win, that's what you should be doing anyway. So there should be no difference or change in regard to that. It all comes into that scoreline, because what you do is you make little games within the game, and that's where it gets a little bit tricky at times. I do like this play though here from Stevenson. He looks at the score, sees Neil Duff over 200 points behind, knows he doesn't have to persist with the 20s and gets to set it up the way he wants it to be.
Daniel Carr, 48. Getting shot on the first leg, Daniel Stevenson.
1-0 to Stevenson.
Neil to
Hold a
throw
throw.
first. Game on.
Neil will need to improve his levels here.
$180.
I promise you, he hasn't got an earpiece. He's not listening.
$140. $60.
Cuts the 180 in half though.
100.
The blink of an eye, the scores are level.
I think this just shows the maturity that Daniel Stevenson has been developing during his time here at the Super Series, because I think just yesterday he would have probably folded in that situation where
57.
now it's
Neil
like
Carr, 140.
Neil Duff hit something big and he wants to join in, he wants to battle.
$100.
Tees up tops and we'll be back. Stevenson way back on 204. He's looking to
44.
apply some scoreboard pressure
40.
but can't. So Duff looking at tops to level us up. 10s. Good guide.
30.
Can't use it. He's a mile off.
Car 160.
Yeah, very wayward. But is Stevenson a bit too far back here to have any impact? Losing out in the scoring
60.
phase. No treble
Neil
in the
Carr,
last
10.
9 darts. Neil Duff
Game shot on the second
over
leg.
the
Neil
line
Duff.
in the end. Level game.
Yeah, that could have got
Third leg,
messy.
Daniel to throw first. Game on.
But Neil Duff pinned it first time of asking.
81. $180. $96. $50.
Good grouping. Just the wrong side of the wire now.
125.
Sticking to the task well, Daniel Stevenson.
99.
And he is really taking the game here to Neil Duff, a man who has won multiple times his weeks here at the Super Series.
60.
Yeah, he's fearless, isn't he? No scar tissue on him.
Well, I think you can tell that in regards to how ambitious he is in regards to the career that he wants to go on, because
60.
we had a chat with him yesterday, didn't we, before action started, and his goal is very simple. He wants to be a professional dart player. He wants to be on the Pro Tour. With darts like this,
99. Near the car, 112.
Too far away.
That's the right play for me.
96.
Because the way his darts stand, I think if you're then going 12 for tops, you've got to go over the top of a blocker dart.
$30. Near the car, 16. Gain shot on the third leg.
Fortunate to get a shot there, Neil Duff, but when you give him an opportunity, he tends to take it.
Fourth leg, Neil to through
and does
first.
so
Game on.
again. He's very, very nearly there. So close to confirming his position.
Yeah, 2 legs needed to join Terry Nash and Jim McEwen here on Saturday night.
Sorry, 99. $66. $60.
Neil Duff threatening to run riot here.
140.
Down to 235.
45.
The bullseye may come into play here. Not now.
65.
I like it. Creative from the Duff man.
Well, it's a bigger target, isn't it? Using the board wisely, playing the percentage shots.
101. Near the car, 170. $122.
Have you ever hit that before, Matt?
A few times, but I think the favourite one I did was when I used it to beat Gary Anderson.
Did you?
135. Near the car, 48. $32.
Just out of interest, does that story ever get old? Because I love it.
Nope.
$43.
Can I come back to that play in a minute? Let's see if Neil Duff can finish it off. He can. 3-1. In the era of darts we are now,
Fifth leg, Daniel to throw first.
it's very rare that we see young players especially turn down the chance to be aggressive. Surprised?
57.
No, because a lot of the time people just act on the moment, don't they? And they play in that mode. And
100.
I'm guilty of it myself. I'll sit here and say, you should do this, you should do that. This is the way to go. This is the best percentage. You've got a better chance of this. And then when it comes to it myself, I'll do the total opposite.
Yeah, but that's fine because the rules are it's do as I say and not as I do.
Yes.
180.
That is the second maximum of the game there for Neil Duff. 3 in total, 2-1 in favour of the Duff man. 3-1 in favour of the legs.
100. $100. Near the car, 121.
To get the job done for Neil Duff. Not just in this match, but in this group. Double 16.
Fabulous from the Duff man. 1-2-1 finish for Neil Duff. He books his place in finals night. A 4-1 win over Daniel Stevenson. Mind you, as he walks off the stage, you wouldn't know that he's done the job. Now it's a case of getting ready for finals night. But coming up after the break, we're going to see Anthony Allen against Brian Raman.
Welcome to the party in Portsmouth here at the Modus Live Line.
They've both got the talent where they can reel off leg after leg and dish out a heavy defeat. And what a way to start the day. We're up and running here on Champions Week with a maximum.
Well, what a way to finish. A 12-dart leg.
Beautiful check out there from Cam Crabtree.
Only needs the one.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius
What were you saying about efficiency?
on the third leg.
Is that the moment that Reece Robinson comes alive in this crucial clash? Looks like he's going to go for it. And it is right next to his favourite double top. And he gets the job done at the earliest possibility. That is Cam Crabtree through.
Case not so. Harrison gets the all-important win.
Game shot on the second leg. Darius Labanowski. Game shot.
Ross Smith, is it a 9? A long time. And that clenched fist.
Game shot.
He gets the job done in the end. He's nodding in total agreement because
game shot on the fourth leg.
Just like
Darius
that.
Labanowski.
Only needs the one. There you can see
that she can unlock at any moment, but that is quality from Harrison. This would be a wake-up.
Welcome to the party in Pompey. Should be a good marker for him, and is. It was a great guide.
Game shot on the first leg. Andreas Harrison.
It's a breaker throw for Andreas Harrison.
Game shot on the second leg.
Consecutive breaker throw, double 16 is found.
And he does lead. It's not an 11, but it's a beautiful 12, treble 17, which he gets. Bullseye for the win. Absolutely incredible by Andreas Harrison.
He's Andreas Dirty Harrison!
Welcome back, everyone. We saw before the break Neil Duff secure his spot in finals night. Would have been a hammer blow for Anthony Allen. He'd have been hoping to still have an opportunity. Unfortunately, it goes back to those missed doubles earlier on that cost him. But Brian Raman and Anthony Allen still looking to put on a show, put on a performance.
First like Anthony to throw first. Game on.
We're seeing Brian Raman get, shall we say, a little bit funky at times in this sort of situation. So maybe we're going to see
59.
some peculiar ways of things. Anthony Allen, he'll feel that he was so close but so
54.
far. He had match darts to really keep himself in the chase. But he'll be, no doubt right now, thrown with disappointment. He has this game
100.
and one further game to go against Paul Lewis. And probably the most frustrating thing that could happen right now for Anthony Allen is he goes up there, plays really well, beats Raman 4-0, 4-1. Comes off and thinks, why can I have done that just a game earlier?
Yeah, he's had multiple opportunities today.
100.
Couldn't take them. And has paid the ultimate price.
58. $140. 60. Under the car, 102.
Double 16.
Getting shot on the first leg,
It just
Anthony
all
Allen.
comes so much easier right now for Anthony Allen.
Second leg, Brian to through first.
15 dart. Hold a throw. 102 finish. Nice way to kick off the game against Raman.
Yeah, pressure's off. Can relax.
51. $59. $60.
See the Brian Raman dart there? It's very similar to an old Simon Whitlock dart that he used to use, and it's. We said when
140.
Whitlock used to throw him, it's a very unique, weird dart to get used to. The way that scallop is, and it's a very aggressive scallop, isn't it? And
Well, there's two things there. You've got the scallop in the middle of the dart that sort of separates the dart, makes it almost in two
59.
parts. But then from the scallop, the dart tapers down to the nose, so there's not a lot of weight at the front. All the weight is very condensed towards the back.
98.
Now you've got to throw these absolutely spot on because there's nothing at the front of the dart, which means it's likely to tip, likely to lift, where the back end of the dart's going to come up. And if you think about the players that have played with this type of equipment, Whitlock, very aggressive upwards angle. Raman, very aggressive upwards angle. Connor Scutt. You're always going to get that because there's nothing at the front of the dart to balance it out.
It almost just looks like two darts welded together as one.
Yes, good way of putting it.
130. Round car 87. $82. Anthony Carr 32.
For a 2-0 lead. Allen
Game shot on
doubles
the
his
second leg,
advantage,
Anthony
2-0 up on Raman. And that expression
Third leg, Anthony
says
to
it all.
first. Game
He's
on.
thinking, where was this a few hours ago?
Yeah, 96.97 the average for Anthony Allen after the opening two legs.
100.
Just cruising his way through the game at the moment with Raman. This is our last fixture in the fourth cycle of games. We'll have one more full lap of fixtures
84.
to go, so you get to see every player one more time, as Vigo Venn once would have said. And then we come back at 10 o'clock
100.
tonight. Neil Duff taking on Terry Nash in a top-of-the-table clash where we could still have change in regards
100.
to the winner of the group. We'll let you know all the possibilities on the introduction to that game. Paul Lewis takes on Anthony Allen, and Brian Raman
140.
has one more throw against the 16-year-old Daniel Stevenson.
So you're looking forward to some more fun facts tonight, Matt?
60. Anthony Carr
Already
161.
can't wait.
$70. $137. Anthony Carr 91.
$14s. Now can only set it up. He's missed the big
36.
number.
Brian Carr 120. Getting shot on the third leg.
Brilliant
Brian
from
Raman.
Raman. I was thinking at one point, are we going to get the three tops there
Ball
as he
leg
was
Brian
walking
to
up?
first. Game on.
Yeah, I'm always disappointed actually now looking back at that. Seen a few of those, haven't we? Was it Reece Robinson was the last one who gave us the three
140.
tops here at this arena.
Mr. Must See.
Someone else has done it. It was originally Jose, wasn't it? But someone else has done it recently.
97.
I can't remember what his name is. Wears a purple shirt. Nah, I've lost it. I can't remember what his name is.
57.
I believe it's the man who is the favourite to win the World Match Play, or he was, until the draw was concluded. will be
32.
taking on Michael van Gerwen in the opening game. I mean, that could be the final, couldn't it? But that one coming your way on Monday's action for the match play.
99.
Yeah, brutal draw for the Winter Gardens.
100.
Since the draw has been done, Luke Humphreys is now the new favourite.
42.
Not surprised. That's a brutal first round draw. No finish there, though, from Brian Raman. Anthony Allen will be first down. Will get first poke.
140.
Leaves himself on a 1-3-2. It's actually one of the more preferred finishes of the higher combinations.
59. Anthony Carr, 132.
Means you can use the 25 and the ball.
$52. Brandon Carr, 104. $44. Anthony Carr, 80. $40.
Dart 2 was a little too close for comfort for my liking there.
Oh, absolutely. He hit the barrel as well, didn't he? If he'd hit that with a little bit more pace, it would have gone straight into the treble.
Shot on the fourth leg,
and that
Brian
one
Raman.
straight into the double for Brian Raman, who's looking to end with
Bit like
something
Anthony
a little bit
first.
more
Game
positive than what he's had throughout the rest of his campaign so far, because he needs to break this chain of defeats. That is one record I can tell you now that no player wants to have.
140. $42.
Just a roll of the shoulder there, symbolising he feels there's a bit of rotation in the throw.
80.
Another one on the floor for Anthony Allen. I hope he doesn't have bad knees and a dodgy back.
$60.
Again, just an injection of pace from Raman, and the way those darts grouped and sat in the board was night
81.
and day, so much better.
$100. $60.
You use a slim stroke kite flight.
Yep.
The Anthony Allen darts, it's an unusual setup to have such a
95.
long dart
Anthony
with a
Carr,
kite flight.
140.
Yeah, it's rare. I mean, Danny Noppert, very, very similar sort of setup. But
60.
I don't think the darts were as long though.
Very different technique though, isn't it?
Yeah.
59. Anthony Carr, 80. $60. Brandon Carr, 145.
Anthony Allen will return to regain the lead.
59.
He raced up into a 2-0 lead. Brian Raman's brought it back. But Brian Raman could nose ahead. Anthony Allen missing doubles. That was the troubles that got him into this mess that eliminated him from qualification of this tournament. And it's bullseye for Raman.
61. Anthony Carr, 10.
Double five. It's
Shot on the fifth
pinned.
leg, Anthony Allen.
Anthony Allen leads once more. Not sure what he's apologising for there.
Six leg Brian to throw first. Game on. $60.
Three beautifully thrown darts there.
Yeah. Very unlucky. Unfortunate for the Riddler.
42.
You got any good riddles, Phil?
No.
That was short-lived.
59. $60.
Raman just stretching himself out there.
$128.
Problem is, you do things like that, and then you get an instant result, and you then start getting fidgety because you feel
83.
that maybe the performance is related to the movements and the actions.
58.
No, you're obviously a huge toy collector. Found any gems recently?
No, I'm looking all the time. I'm always on the lookout for collectibles and retro toys and goodies, absolutely.
96.
Be out tomorrow hunting them down.
Found some gems down here in Portsmouth before, haven't you?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Been a good hunting ground.
43. Brand new car, 100.
Not been a good hunting ground for Brian Raman, though, a couple of occasions down here now at Portsmouth, and he's been unable to navigate his way through. We take a look at the quality that he has. You wouldn't expect him to be the cellar dweller of a Group C campaign.
47. Brand new car, 32.
So Raman to send us to a decider.
Shot on the 6 leg, Brian Raman.
3-all. Anthony Allen
7th final leg, Anthony
has the darts here.
Come on.
I'm sure he's hurting inside right now because he's had opportunities today. Opportunities that have passed him by.
100. $131.
Raman really isn't even playing for places, you feel, anymore.
81.
He looks like he's going to be propping up the table regardless.
Not been
93.
a happy week for him.
But doesn't it say a lot about the integrity and the spirit of Brian Raman that he's still up there giving it 100% in this situation where he can't move
114.
anywhere really within the table?
Yeah, and I like the fact that he hasn't tried anything silly either. I don't mind flamboyance, but there's a fine line between flamboyance and ridiculous, and he hasn't done it, which is great.
50.
Oh, this is a good leg though from Raman.
130. Anthony car, 130.
Double five.
Game shot on the match.
Brilliant
Anthony
from Anthony Allen. He finds a ton topper, and the pair share a joke, and that's nice to see on the stage. Brian Raman's thinking, I've got an opportunity here. Anthony Allen says, not on my watch you haven't, and the smile and smirk says it all. But coming up after the break, we will find out who will top the table. Terry Nash leads. Neil Duff can still catch him. Join us after the break. Welcome back, everyone, to the Modus Super Series as we enter the final round of fixtures. And there we have it. That's what we've seen so far. But all eyes are on this game, Neil Duff against Terry Nash, because it will decide who wins the title. And here we have the group breakdown so far. Jim McEwen, winner of Group A. And the two qualifiers from Group C will be Terry Nash and Neil Duff. It is just a question of which way around they finish. So, the permutations are as follows. Terry Nash just needs 2 legs to top the group. Neil Duff will have to win 4-0 or 4-1 if he is to take top spot.
First leg, Neil to throw first. Game on.
But, Matt, the fact he has the darts, it's not impossible.
No, that'll certainly apply scoreboard pressure, and we know what that's done in the past. But for Terry Nash,
17.
I don't think he's going to mind too much. He'll be delighted to have got through to Saturday night. It's a good step forward for him. And what a week it's been for him after the back
49.
of the Tri-Nations and picking up that title alongside Wales, to be here and getting himself
100
through to Saturday night, battling it out for that weekly prize, a place in Champions Week on the line.
45.
What a great journey it's been for him.
Do you think it's more important for Neil Duff to top the table then?
100.
I think Neil Duff would have expected it more, and that's the difference.
59.
But it's seeming to get the darts going with a little bit more
100.
authority at the moment, isn't it, in Neil Duff? Certainly, even the way it sounds going into the board, not as soft.
48. Near the car, 131.
So, for a commanding hold of throw,
91.
Terry Nash not at the races yet.
70. Near the car, 40. Getting shot on the first leg, Neil Duff.
Neil Duff wins the opener at a canter.
Second leg,
No
Terry to throw
danger.
first. Game on.
This is the leg for Terry Nash, because if you lose it and then Neil holds, it's 3-0, and all of a sudden
85.
you're thinking, don't get whitewashed. And Neil Duff is smelling blood at the same time.
100. 85. 85.
Big last start there from Neil. Keeps him in and around Nash on his own throw.
26.
Just feel the intensity from Nash. May
60.
not be there at the moment. Obviously, he knows he's through. Much better.
132.
Another one of those for Duff will leave him in striking range.
140.
He has been one of the most likely players to take out a tumbler's checkout. In fact, it's both these pair on stage, so maybe we should expect one within this game.
95.
Perhaps starting with the 116. 419s, leaves himself tops. Needs a treble, finds it. Tops for a break.
76.
Can't find it.
78.
2 at 12s.
66.
He can't find
Neil
it, so
Duff,
Neil
40.
Duff returns for the break. That's wild.
Getting shot on the
Recovers
second
it
leg,
well,
Neil
though.
Duff.
Neil Duff leads 2-0. Remember,
Neil to throw first.
he has to win this game 4-0 or 4-1 to top the group.
60. $140. $100.
Of course, Matt, there is an added bonus as well. You could look at it as a bonus that
46.
the winner of Group A, also the winner of Group B and Group C will both avoid Jim McEwen in the group stages tomorrow night.
Well, I think that would be a bonus.
140.
Jim McEwen, a series champion. And a player that was playing very, very well. Certainly on Wednesday when
85.
he qualified through. He opened with 105 average and then was just maintaining a consistent level of brilliance.
139. $81. Neil the car, 62.
Duff looking at 62 to move within one and put himself 3-0 up. It's one at double 16.
$30.
Can't find it,
Teddy
but the
Car,
way he took his time there,
149.
Matt, that says to me he knows the scenario here.
Oh, absolutely. Neil Duff's played here so many times. He's been successful here. You don't be successful in
97.
here
Neil
by
the car,
luck.
32.
You will know exactly what the scenario
Games
is.
on the third leg, Neil Duff.
And he's now got 2 opportunities to do it. One against the
Full
throw
leg Teddy
here
to
of
throw
Terry
first,
Nash,
game on.
who's not putting up too much resistance at the moment, averaging just 75. And then he's got an opportunity
80.
with throw.
$123. $100.
Is Duff smelling blood?
100.
And we get the Brendan Dolan chopper from the Duff man as well. It's catching. What's going on?
140.
Well, that 140, a good visit for Terry Nash, but it's still all about the Duff man, who's going to be first to a finish. Just how good of a finish is he going to leave? He leaves it very
134.
handy. 9 darts thrown. Class to leave just 64.
And he's put his average over the ton mark.
140. Neil Carr, 64.
64 to top the group. It's going to be 1 dart at tops. Neil
showing
Duff
them out.
tops
Neil
the
Duff.
group. Absolutely sensational from Neil Duff. He left it late, but a 4-0 demolition job of Terry Nash means Neil Duff heads to Saturday night as the Group C champion. We see the stats there. Brilliant stuff. 98, 56, 180, 4 from 7 from Neil Duff. He will be with us later on in the show for some reaction, but coming up after the break, it will be Paul Lewis against Anthony Allen. Welcome back, everyone. 2 games to go in this Group C campaign, but congratulations to Neil Duff, who tops the table after a blistering 4-0 win over Terry Nash in our final, in a game just before the break. But these two on stage have had their opportunities today. Alan, when he reflects on it, will know it got away from him. But
first leg,
Paul
to
Lewis,
fill first.
early on today, Matt,
Game
was
on.
setting the standard.
Well, he started well enough, didn't he, with a couple of victories, and this is the last chance we're going to get to see Paul Lewis in the Super Series on this
60.
occasion. He said his big goal was to play well enough that he could return here at the Super Series and have another go. He will still be taking
86.
part in the ADC events and the various qualifying systems, and do you know what? I wouldn't mind seeing him here again at the Super Series. He's a very intriguing
100.
character, does a lot of other interests which we have discussed throughout the week, and I think he's acquitted himself quite well, certainly in terms of the maximum hitting. He's
100.
been one of the best 180 hitters this week. Just hasn't quite gelled it together long enough that he could make a serious threat on either of the groups that he's played in this week, and there's the more evidence of the maximum hitting.
Yeah, I really like what I've seen from Paul Lewis.
60. Paul the car 161.
Again, another product of the ADC. The conveyor belt continues to
57.
move, and the players they're unearthing is great for the amateur game.
Oh, absolutely. Pathways is all that people want. They want the opportunity to be at places like this,
100.
and
Paul the car 104.
Paul Lewis getting to live what is at the moment his highest target, being here at the Super Series.
92.
Target there was double 12, but just
Anthony
comes
Carr,
inside.
155.
He has only been realistically playing, he says, properly
60.
since
Paul
about
the Car,
October
12.
23. Only really ever played Super League up until that point. Never even sort of went onto the county scene. Was a very sort of just a localised player, which is what that vault system is
No
so
score.
good at
Anthony Carr,
discovering.
95.
Yeah, we'll come back on to the Vault series in a minute, but Anthony Allen is not going to get a go at a double on the 95, so Lewis will return
47.
at double 6. He's
Car,
had
12.
multiple opportunities. And that's wild.
Getting shown
Recovers the
first leg,
situation
Paul
on a
Lewis.
tricky double 3. Going back to the Vaults, mate,
Second leg,
and
Andy
something that we
Little's
touched on
first,
yesterday
game
when we were speaking about our team leagues dying out. With the Vaults, the amount of darts you get for your money is incredible. That it's not just one game, you get to play
45.
multiple times for, I think it's £6.
The most important thing for any developing dart player is don't play in environments where you watch
81.
other people play more than you. And you think about local league, Super League, county's the worst example. You've got, is it 6 ladies games and 12 men's
60.
games? So 18 matches, and you play one game best of 7. And you're there all day. It's just not productive. It's not a good use of time.
60.
So tournaments, round robins, multiple tournaments, double eliminations. There's so many different ways of doing it that that's such a dated system.
180.
The county system itself, obviously, you played in. I played in the county youth system
45.
back in the day. Is it dead in this day and age, in its current guise?
I wouldn't say dead, because it's still heavily supported. But in
123.
terms of a pathway, in terms of what it does, I'd say it's a dead end. But I wouldn't say it's not supported, and it's still very prominent,
100.
certainly
Anthony Carr,
locally
93.
within Super League systems, and still has a lot of prestige for a certain
57.
type of dart player. But we do see a lot of people now never play county, just bypass it completely and don't even attempt it anymore, because like I say, it's not got that pathway, it's not got that development.
177. Anthony Carr, 36.
Happy accident. Can he find double 16? No, he can't, is the answer.
Paul the Car, 38.
The 177 left 19s. Can't find it.
Onto the car 32. Game shot on the
Anthony
second
Allen
leg.
levels up.
Anthony Allen.
One apiece. But yeah, going back to your point on the county system, Matt, and I
Third leg,
agree
Paul
that
first. Game on.
the time there, you play one game out of all those. And the other one is the way the world is at the moment and cost of living crisis. It's the way that people have to trek 14-hour round trips for one game as well, and the money they have to shell out for it.
People don't mind
100.
paying for things, especially in regards to a hobby, a pastime, which darts is for 99.9% of players, a hobby
41.
or a pastime. Regardless, most of the time, of the standard. There's just not enough positions available in the professional game. However,
100.
people don't mind paying for things when there's the possibility of a return, and that's something that the county system
100.
doesn't do. It's not like I'm going to go to this tournament, I'm going to pay this money. If I do that, I'll get my money back, I'll get this points, I'll qualify for this event. It's you essentially just get an average. County system is something that Anthony Allen has been a key supporter of over the years. Now represented two separate counties. His home county of Warwickshire, which he left 4 years ago.
57. $123 onto the car 64.
So 64 for a breaker throw. Tops for Allen. Can't
44.
take it.
Paul the car 56.
So Paul Lewis. He's missed the big number. Only one at double 16.
Game
Only
shot on
needs
third
the
leg.
one.
Paul Lewis.
Paul Lewis holds, leads 2-1.
Fourth leg Anthony to throw first. Game
And
on.
that smirk there from Anthony Allen says it all. It's a leg he will feel he should have won. He had opportunities to win, yet they passed him by.
45.
Kind of been the story of the day, really, hasn't it, for Anthony Allen? The opportunity passed him by early on. 2 darts at tops that would have kept his hopes alive.
180.
And Paul Lewis finds another maximum. He's been very strong in that department. He's found a couple
100.
more to add to his tally.
Yeah, the maximum hitting has been exceptional from Lewis.
85. $60.
Oh, and another. We're just saying at the start of the game that this has been a key feature of Paul Lewis, and he's ending with a bit of a fanfare.
38. Paul the car 56.
He's waving goodbye to week 5 in some style for a breaker throw.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Paul
It
Lewis.
goes. Paul Lewis is one away from ending
Fifth leg Paul to throw
his
first.
campaign
Game on.
in style.
Well, he wanted to be remembered. He wanted to make an impact. He wanted to come back. Well, he's giving us a parting gift. Another full house for Paul Lewis. This might be the best performance we've seen from him all week.
60.
4 maximums so far to his name in this contest. We both held our breath there for a minute,
95.
Matt.
It did look inviting, didn't it? Middle of the target. Just sat a little bit upright.
68. $83.
Just cruising to the finishing line here. This is the last time we will see both players
47.
here this week.
Paul the car
But
143.
what a parting gift this would be for Paul Lewis to leave us with.
40.
He's definitely one that we will remember.
60. Pull the car 103.
Plenty of time. As much time as he wants at the moment, Paul Lewis.
$43.
Just shaves a little bit off.
Yeah, he's made a mess of it, but there's no pressure applied. So he's been allowed time.
99. Pull the car 60.
20 and tops to seal victory. Caught the flight on the way through.
40. Anthony Car 167.
Never really fancied that.
59. Pull the car 20.
But double 10 to seal the deal. Chasing to fives. And he can't take it.
Anthony Car 100.
That's been the story of his week.
Needs a treble. Can't find it. And Paul
52.
gets more darts
10.
to get it done. He had all the time in the world. This might be the last chance.
6. Anthony Car 56.
The maximum hitting was sensational. The doubling is dog and duck.
$38.
And for another
Pull the car
opportunity, can he work off of it? How much can he see?
Game
Enough is
shot
the
and
answer.
match, Paul Lewis.
Paul Lewis seals a 4-1 win over Anthony Allen as the pair conclude their Group C campaign. They walk off, they share a moment, just a little chat. Well done to both of them. But coming up after the break, we will see Brian Raman against Daniel Stevenson. Welcome back, everyone, to the final fixture in this Group C campaign. Brian Raman and Daniel Stevenson. Their final tie. And Matt, we were looking at the odds from the odds compilers in this game, and I think they basically priced this game up on reputation and reputation alone.
Very surprising odds, isn't it? 1-3, Brian Raman on the evidence of what we've seen today. Daniel Stevenson certainly been playing a lot better. Brian Raman on a horrid losing run here where he hasn't won a game since his first match of this group.
100.
Then he's lost all the rest. But that first game was against Daniel Stevenson when Stevenson was 3-0 up.
180. $100. $55. $121. $137.
Have you got any facts from football teams from the Northeast in Division 5 for me?
I'm sure we'll have some tonight.
129. Down in the car, 129. $44. Brand new car, 51.
So Raman, double 16 for the opener.
Getting shot in the first leg.
And that says it all. Brian Raman says, where have you been all day?
Second leg
Where have you been all week?
Game on.
Yeah, 14 data that for Brian Raman. But this is the Daniel Stevenson I think we was hearing about when Daniel Stevenson's name was first announced here at the Super Series. Comes with a high reputation. A lot of people think that Daniel Stevenson is going places within the game and that he will fulfill that sort of ambition and
60.
that goal and that journey that he has mapped out for himself.
And of course did beat
100.
Luke Littler in the youth event at the British Classic in Bridlington at the back end of last year.
56. Down in the car, 161. $125. $85. Down in the car, 36. Game shot on the
One
second leg.
apiece.
Daniel Stevenson.
Daniel Stevenson's not messing around there.
Third leg branded through first. Game on.
Interesting fact is our shirt is actually based off the, it's either Ajax second or third kit.
60.
It's quite funky, very colourful.
140.
There's quite a lot going on in that, isn't there?
You wouldn't miss him from a distance, would
57. $100.
Playing with so much rhythm and fluency at the moment, Daniel Stevenson. Really
100.
enjoying the pace of this game, and we saw this earlier on, didn't we, with Daniel Stevenson when he played Terry Nash, and
55.
they both got into a flow that actually we saw the best from Daniel Stevenson when he averaged 93. Maybe he's a player at the moment who just needs that little bit of
96.
pace and zip within the game to really bring out his best darts.
98.
Yeah, just gets in that nice flow. We know that some players it's almost impossible to get that flow against, but when you find someone, your perfect dance partner, it just brings the best out in everyone.
46. Down in the car, 108.
Couldn't get past the blocker.
68. Round the car, 142.
But tees up top, unless Raman has a party piece. Not this time.
122. Down the car, 40.
tops for a break and to lead.
Game
Brilliant from
Daniel
Stevenson.
Stevenson.
Averaging 103 right now.
Fourth leg, Daniel to throw first. Game on. $134.
Do you think we'll see this young man back here again after what you've seen?
Oh, absolutely. He's a name that I'm going to keep my eye on and checking on the development of. He's certainly shown enough signs to suggest there's something there with Daniel.
30.
Certainly remembering he's 16. That's the thing I was mentioning earlier. I think Luke Littler's sort of skewed with
97.
the impression of what a 16-year-old should be doing.
Yeah, because that's not a normal 16-year-old in the sport.
No, absolutely not. And the issue is now everyone's going to be judged by his level. And ultimately, 93. It's a very rare one-off that's never really happened within the sport before. Maybe Van Gerwen when he was coming through.
Yeah, he hit the 9 against Barney at 17, didn't he?
Was it 17 he won the World Masters as well?
Yeah.
139. Daniel Carr, 137. $97. Brian Ricard, 72.
To get the breaker throw back and regain the advantage. Tops.
32.
Same target for Stevenson to put himself a leg away from what the odds compilers thought was a win that weren't going to be coming, but he's averaging 101 here. And for the people that jumped on the value and thought there's a lot of value in Stevenson, they're going to be getting a little bit excited right now.
Yeah, we said it, didn't we? 3 to 1 was the wrong price. Sorry, 1 to 3.
Yeah, just
it was wrong.
29. $60.
Being it's the last game and nearing the end, if he gets the opportunity, are we going to get something funky from Raman?
Maybe in this situation at this point.
100. $100. $125.
Been good from Raman on his own throw here.
55.
But he's going to have to do this on the Stevenson throw at some point.
$60.
Let's just open the door for Daniel here.
Beautiful switch in there for Stevenson to find a couple of big trebles and put himself back in range. This, an approach to the hockey for Daniel Stevenson to get the job done and to win the match. With a 1-2-3 fanfare finish.
$98.
One match start has come and gone. It's only a dart of the ball.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Raman rescues the situation.
6th leg, Daniel to throw first. Game on.
Raman just having a look up to the commentary box here.
99.
I wonder if he's having a look up. Maybe Neil Duff has took his seat in the studio, because we will be taking the chat with Neil Duff at the conclusion of this fixture, our group winner.
72.
Get to hear from Neil Duff going into tomorrow. Neil Duff joining Jim McEwen and Terry Nash. Half the lineup complete. The rest will be decided tonight from 10 o'clock.
46.
Yeah, Stevenson just tightened up a little bit here, and Raman has stolen the darts.
140.
So it looks as if we are set to go the distance here.
Brand new car 90. Gain shot
There
on
it
the
is.
6 flag, Brown Raman.
There's the first bit of flamboyance from Raman.
7th
Ball
and final leg
tops for
change to
90.
First. Game on.
We said we'd probably get something.
140.
Raman is
100.
This is Raman's best performance we've seen for some time, averaging nearly 90 format.
And the difference purely there. Just look at the demeanour. Just a smile on his face, just enjoying the game. And that's the most important thing. That's
45.
why he first picked up a set of darts, because it was fun, because it was a game, because he enjoyed it. And along the way, certainly when you got that tour card,
93.
do forget that. It's nice to see Brian Raman getting a bit of a reminder here, just to
140.
yes, take it seriously, but also make sure you are enjoying being up there. It is a privileged position.
54.
Absolutely. But no, a couple of trebles here for Daniel.
140.
Gets
Brand
him
new car
down to
54.
a manageable 2-darter if he gets a go. He will get a go. So Stevenson, 76 to end his Group C campaign with a victory. One at tops.
56.
Clips the
Brand new
bottom
car,
wire, so
16.
Raman comes back. Can he work off of that? He
Shot on
can.
the match, Brian Raman.
Brian Raman ends his Group C campaign the way he started it, with a 4-3 victory over Daniel Stevenson. He saved the best till last. He smiles walking off. There we have the numbers, by far his best that we've seen over the last few days. But coming up after the break, we are going to reflect on what we've seen. Well, after 2 days of action, Group C is in the ledger, and we are joined by the champion, Neil Duff. Neil, congratulations. It wasn't as straightforward as what perhaps it could have been. Just sum up how you're feeling after the 2 days of action.
When did I ever make it easy for myself? Yeah. Do you know something that's been the strangest week? I think even when the dart leaves my hand, I think it's a good dart, and then it just goes haywire. And I think you touched on it this morning, but just, I don't know where it's, I'm not holding the dart properly, but it's leaving my hand. It's not, and it's landing the board wrong. It just, after the first match today, and I couldn't have bought a double, but go in, regroup, change the darts over, and yeah, good thing that you got there.
Well, you touched on the dart change there. We spotted it straight away. What made you go back to those?
I think because of the heat in the venue, the aggressive grip of the Collins, I think they were just the way they were projecting out in my hand. I think the grip was catching them, and that's what was sending them. So I went back to my own darts and felt a lot more comfortable. Dropped the gram, speeded up my game also. I think I'm getting better consistency if I actually speed up. But 9 times out of 10 I felt comfortable. But even yesterday, I lost that game yesterday, Anthony Allen. I probably walked away feeling worse yesterday than I did any day this week, thinking that I should have had 5 out of 5. And then you get a scare by the first match today. But thankfully I was able to put it right.
Well, Matt, you touched on it in commentary with me that after that first game, we were like, Neil's in trouble here because of the demeanour as well, and the darts weren't behaving.
Yeah, it's the angle and the distance of the miss as well. That double five's the one that stands out for me the most because it was closer to the treble and it was sort of sticking in, like point to the left, light to the right. And as a player, that's it. When your darts aren't behaving like you want them to, that's where you get concerns because it's then something wrong with the release. Maybe holding on to it a little bit too long, which is the worst thing you can be doing because that's just a sign of nerves, a sign of anticipation that you're not willing to risk and propel the dart. And yeah, real good testament there that he was able to put it right very quick.
Neil, you got yourself back into this Group C. Going in to that last game, were you aware what you needed to do? And was it important for your own confidence to top the group? Or were you just happy to get through?
I actually told Terry Nash before we left to come out of the players' room that I was going to beat him 4-0. And take over him. I knew he was still. I think we got a glimpse of it in the players' room when there was 2 matches left, and you actually made a mistake by saying 1 more win and he tops the group, and I knew that it wasn't right. And all right, I'm just going to prove him wrong then. So I did, but yeah, I went out and played, and I felt comfortable playing him, and he. No disrespect to Terry. But he's been let off a few matches. He's got out of jail a few times where he could have been beat. Could have been beat the first match today as well. But yeah, he's a quality player. But you know what I'm like. I just always save my best for Saturday night. It's the whole 5 days of play makes Saturday night. Get Saturday night. Whatever's happened for the last 5 days doesn't matter. Just go out and do my thing. And yeah, hopefully you'll see the proper Neil Duff turn up.
It's interesting you talking about what goes on in the practice room. Do you thrive in that environment, just planting little seeds of doubts in all their heads? Because they're quite inexperienced. It's quite an inexperienced group.
Me, ways up. Now, I wouldn't do anything like that there, you know. Maybe with Brian all week. You know the easy ones that you can't actually talk to. But no, the thing is, a lot of the time there, I would actually be the first one to actually try and pick a player up whenever they're down, and especially the young guy Daniel, like he's quality, and then he just reminded me that they beat us in pairs in Bridlington last year. All right, okay, dead on. But no, I do like a mind game, but I set myself mind games. I said to you before, if I lose to a player one day, I make it a point to go out and win the next day. Losing to Anthony yesterday hurt me, so I come out and to be honest, after the second leg, I was almost crying on the stage. I felt as if I darted. I felt as if nothing was going right for me. Even the deflections were at the wrong time. And sometimes you just have to suck it in and regroup and go again.
Well, at the start of the day, the Group C table was tight, but in the end, the cream has risen to the top. Neil Duff there on 16 points, joined with Terry Nash, but the leg difference has done it there. Anthony Allen just missing out there, but rightfully so, Matt. The table never lies at the end of it.
I think if you asked me to get a pen and paper before we started and make a prediction on how I thought the group was going to finish, it'd be very similar to that. Maybe Brian Raman would be a bit higher for me. I think he's had a disappointing week. First of all, dropping into Group C and then having a Group C campaign where he's only got the 2 wins, both of them against Daniel Stevenson. But there's work to be done. There's work to be done for Brian Raman. He's got a lot to do, but he's got a busy end of the year. He's going to be out there on the various tours with the ADC, the WDF. So hopefully he can find his form, and when he comes back, we'll see something a little bit different from him.
We now know 3 of the finalists, Jim McEwen, Neil Duff and Terry Nash, are there confirmed as winners. Tonight, Group B is finally poised, Matt, and right now it's hard to say which 3 are going to join the 3 that we have.
Yeah, I think we can pretty much write off Craig Galliano. He had a poor night last night, didn't manage to pick up any points, and it's going to be some turnaround for Galliano to get himself into play. So I think we're looking at 4 players. Noah Lim van Leuven, incredible finishers last night. Really, really good. The double-doubles, the combination shots. If Noah Lim can keep that going, just a couple more trebles, we could see Noah here on Saturday as well.
Well, Neil, congratulations, and we'll see you tomorrow night. Matt, your return this evening. Everyone, thank you very much for joining us here at the Modus Super Series. Group C is in the ledger. Neil Duff tops the table, but the Duff man continues as the soap opera's here.
Slightly out of form and running into a very hot Neil Duff.
Mentioned this 1-2-6 earlier, has to start in the 19s this time. Double 6. Well, he saved his best shot right at the end in Neil Duff. Colin McGarry was superb in his demolition of Young Bram.
Yeah, he shot the first load.